What up? What up? What up? Happy Friday, everyone. Come on in, like, share, and let's talk about it. I hope everybody having a great evening. Why are melanated immigrants dropping their cultural identity / traditions to tether / cosplay as Black Americans? Why? Why do you leave your country and adopt Black American culture and at the same time say we have no culture?
Yo,
Okay, where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm from Chicago. I was born in Chicago.
Okay,
Ethnic background, I'm African.
okay. From what country?
Eritrea.
Okay, all right. What's your thoughts on it? Well, where you said you're in Chicago. Okay, what's your thoughts on the prompt?
I'm confused. I'm trying to figure out what exactly we dropped and what's Black American culture
So
that we've taken.
So hold on, you have no idea what Black American culture is?
I know I'm familiar with Black American culture, but what did we drop and what are we cosplaying that's Black American so we can understand each other, yeah.
Okay, so y'all dress like us, talk like us.
What's dressing like you? Wearing jeans?
I mean, the whole thing, the whole aesthetic.
Even just saying that you're Black.
Let's not pretend to be confused.
What?
Hold on. Ma'am, you have never seen any Eritreans adopt Black American culture. Let's have an honest conversation here.
I would say Nipsey Hussle, yeah, but he was half Black and half Eritrean.
Yeah.
So you can't say he's cosplaying. Maybe the rap culture and the music, but when it comes to the clothing, sir, I think you're reaching for that.
I'm not reaching because Black Americans dress a certain way and other people copy it, and that's worldwide.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
No, I disagree with the clothing part, but music,
there's people in
you guys
Japan,
have like your
there's people
genre.
in remote places throughout the world that dress like Black Americans. They try to talk like us. I've seen people battle rapping. That's directly Black American culture.
Yeah, music. Yeah, I agree
it's
with
not
that,
just
but
music.
not the clothing. I think the clothing is a reach.
Yes, it's clothing as well. I mean, who do you think created sneaker culture?
Wait, who do you think created you, fam? We're from the same ancestors, so I don't think we could.
We're not from the same ancestors.
Oh, you don't think Black Americans and Africans
Black
share
Americans
common
are
ancestor?
Black Americans are not Eritrean.
No, we share the same common ancestor.
No. What region is Eritrea?
Eastern Africa.
Okay, so no, not at all.
No, did you hear what I said though? I said common ancestor, like
no,
we share common.
We don't share any common ancestors.
Okay, not with me, but you do share with West Africans.
No, I do not. I don't share anything with a West African.
All right, show your phenotypes then. Open up the camera.
Listen,
I'm gonna show you how you share.
Hold on, I'm telling you, you are a stranger to me. I'm telling you that I don't, or my people group, we don't share any ancestry with Africans.
But you know, you guys were brought from Western Africa.
No, I know
respect, I'm not trying to say that.
I know that my group specifically were a group that was created in America.
Oh, so you think you're indigenous?
No, my group experienced an ethnogenesis. You should probably do some research.
Okay, enlighten us. Like, what is this ethnogenesis?
Well, you can hold on. You can take a moment. Wait a minute. You can take a moment to go on Tea Time and do some research. And
no, I've done research.
In the meantime, I'm going to move on to another person.
Go ahead. All right.
So you take that moment to look up what what Black Americans ethnogenesis is.
I won't because I already know, but go ahead to the next person.
Okay, so then why would you ask me? Anyway, HS47, where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm from the US and I'm Black.
Okay, what's your ethnicity?
African American, Black.
Okay, hold on. Do you have an immigrant background?
No, I don't.
So you don't have parents, grandparents that have immigrant backgrounds, man?
No, I do not. All my parents and grandparents were born in America. All of them,
Okay.
actually.
Yeah. Okay, where are you from? From where at specifically?
I'm from the South. I don't like sharing my state.
Yeah. I find that hard to believe, but what's your thoughts on
you guys always say that when I disagree. People who are like FBA or talking about these concepts always say that.
On my prompt, it don't say anything about FBA. It says Black American.
Would you identify as that? Do you identify as that?
On my prompt, it says Black Americans. Do you see it?
No.
Okay, so read the prompt.
Oh, at the bottom, stand with ICE mass deportations now.
It says,
okay, they're unaliving people, bro. Like,
hold on, read the whole prompt, man, please.
Why are melanated immigrants dropping their cultural identity and traditions to tether and cosplay as Black Americans? Black Americans stand with ICE mass deportations now. I didn't even feel right reading the last part.
Okay, well, you did, and you see that it says Black Americans twice, and even if you look up the top, you see it says pro-Black American. It doesn't say anything about FBA.
Wait, I can't see pro-Black American anywhere. I think that part's hidden.
All right, well, if it is, whatever. But anyway, the prompt don't say FBA. It say Black American.
Okay, well, you know what? Power to you. You can be Black American.
That's what I am.
Wait, why did you say she's not? That I'm confused with.
Anytime I don't agree, they don't think I am.
She said
it's crazy.
She said I was born in America, so that was a giveaway.
She said you were born or she's born?
I was born. The heck? In the world?
I'm not going to tell you what a Black American would have said, but anyway, what's your thoughts on the prompt?
Man, bye. Okay, so my thoughts on the prompt are, first of all, I think this whole debate is tired. I think it's like a little goofy. Now, does everybody copy Black Americans? Yes, they have a tendency to copy how we do things and who we are. But at the same time, I don't know that all immigrants are dropping their cultural identity and traditions. And then I don't really understand this whole tether narrative. Like, oh, well, you're a tether and that's a tether. I've personally never been affected for real by a Black immigrant. And then I just looked it up too to see how much of the Black population is immigrants. Apparently it's 10 to 20% of our whole population. I thought that's what, like, I don't know. I don't really interact with that many. And Black Americans stand with ICE. I would have if they weren't unaliving people and doing a whole bunch of nonsense. And they have, one of them had a white supremacist tattoo, and he's standing out there saying white supremacist stuff. Look, here we go. Yeah, y'all don't like differences of opinion. Y'all call every Pan-African person a tether, I'm sure.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the FBA people, I stopped getting into it with them.
Damn, why'd you mute her?
Too much. He was mad.
He's getting upset. Let's not hurt his feelings.
It's crazy as a Black American to literally just stand with immigrants. It's like they hate that. They hate to see it, bro. They hate to freaking.
No, but I don't understand. What have we done? I'm from
okay, I'll tell you the argument since he's on mute, like that I've heard, right? Is that like immigrants are taking.
Damn, why are you silencing her? I really want to hear her perspective. Like, let's not do this. Cause what have Black immigrants? Damn, you want to mute me too? This
is how they do.
You know what? One thing I noticed when they know that there's not a group of people on the panel, that's when they like to come in and disrupt, right, and say all the.
Girl,
what is she talking about? There's no one other than us to speak.
Listen, we're gonna set the rules right now. When one person is speaking,
fuck you and your
please stay on your mute. All right, now go ahead, Fresh. You can finish, and don't cut her off.
I was just basically saying that it's mighty funny when there's no one else in the room. They like to run in here and start, clowning or just asking dumbass questions.
Yeah.
What is she talking about? What dumb questions have we asked?
None of them can tell us.
Who said that immigrants was taking our jobs? Who said that?
Who? Nobody said that. You're making up shit. Nobody
Yes,
said
she
someone
did.
is taking up jobs.
If you cannot listen, that's not my problem. But
This big belly, ugly chick, fam.
exactly what
Didn't you
she
just
said.
come in here? And
She
what was
just came in
said?
here.
What did you just say?
She said immigrants are taking jobs.
Yeah, that's what
That's what she
HRC
said.
No,
we
that's what
were.
the FBA
Yeah,
argument
see,
is.
That
it's
is
That's not what
not an
I think.
argument. That's not an
yeah, that's
argument.
not.
Okay, well,
And
I
if
guess y'all
you're
are
and
FBA,
if
It's
so.
and if you're
literally an
But let me
argument.
tell you something. This dumb bitch just said you didn't say
You're
that. And
ugly,
I told
fam.
her you did.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Stupid
Y'all
bitch.
are, why do y'all want to deport immigrants?
They have
They're
to
not taking
go.
jobs? Okay, you
They
know what?
have
I'm
to go.
satisfied. They're not
They
taking
have to
jobs.
go.
I'm
Why
satisfied.
do we have to go? Why do I
why
have to
would we
go?
want them to
Because you're
stay?
in our spaces.
This is not your land. You migrated here. I don't know if
That's
you know
not
that.
true, you uneducated
Bruh,
dingbat.
I'm not trying to disrespect, but you guys came on the
No,
Jesus
no, no.
boats.
They
And
are
I'm
so
trying. And
disrespectful. Like,
listen,
calm down.
Yeah,
listen.
if
Hold
they're
on,
just,
hold on. She's literally ignorant.
how am I ignorant? Can we all speak
That
without this big
do you
guy
know what
muting everybody?
migration? No, I'm not gonna sit here and stoop down to your stupidity
Oh, you're
level.
muting us, or he?
Good.
I'm
You
muting
need to
y'all
be
because
muted.
I
Why
told
though?
y'all
This
to when one person is speaking,
you
stop
opened
coming
this
off your
live for
mic.
what?
I opened a live to have a conversation,
So
but
why are you muting
it's
everybody?
because we're trying to have a conversation, and while someone is speaking, y'all keep jumping off y'all mics.
Precious over here disrespecting people.
He's
Yeah.
not.
So be fair, you big
Listen,
bitch.
if you
Oh,
tell me,
God.
yeah, do you know that's not her first time saying that? So
You
I
are though.
hate
If it
when you
hurts,
ugly
wear
ass
the
bitches
shoes.
start to
Wear the
cry
shoes, you
wolf.
ugly.
If you were sitting here talking shit, just talk shit back. The fuck is you sitting here talking about she doing this to me?
This is not
She's
your
doing
land for
that
you
to
to tell
me.
me to go anywhere.
It
Okay, I'm
is.
here to let you know that.
I bet you get up out
Well,
of here.
tell me to get
And
up
you
out of here.
sound like a TPS, like you one of them Somalis. You know your TPS is up.
Oh my
said she
gosh,
was.
Bitch,
why do y'all
well, I'm
have
still
hate for
here and
certain?
it's
She
up.
said she
What
was
does
a
that mean?
Richmond.
She get the fuck up out of here. I know
I'm still here though.
that.
Oh my gosh, this is so sad, y'all. Like, what the heck? We can't
That's
even have
why.
a peaceful conversation for real.
Shut
Yeah,
up. You're sitting here
y'all are the ones.
gaslighting. So
Y'all are
shut
the
up.
ones that keep jumping off y'all mic while other people are
Exactly.
She
speaking.
is as well.
And
Look at this big
y'all
guy.
have been disrespecting people, and we haven't
Talking about
disrespected
somebody
y'all
with a
yet.
big belly and she from
But
That's a
Somalia.
lie.
the disrespect is going to it will
Listen,
ensue.
there's
I'm
somebody
saying.
Disrespect
with.
for
She keep
disrespect. I don't want to
yelling
hear
out
it.
big belly like the children in Somalia.
You
That's
call her dumb
crazy.
I'm not
first.
even Somalian, but go off with your ugly, whatever that is you're wearing.
Yeah, them African children always got them big bellies.
Over there, hungry as shit. What's up, Juan?
Okay, with hi one, all kinds of parasites in their belly.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Hey,
With
I
now
no
still
I
haven't
want,
said
access to
why
medical
y'all
I
care.
want
want,
why y'all
I
want to.
want, I want this person up top. Yo, how you pronounce this? What is it? Yo. I want you to talk about how this is in our land. Explain that.
Why are you asking? Because you keep muting
I'm
everybody.
asking you.
Oh,
This
me?
is only
Why is she
Somalis
speaking when
say
I'm
this
speaking? You said
dumb
we're not going to
shit.
speak over each other,
You
right?
said that
There was a problem when
America.
I did it. All right.
You said that America is in
It
our land.
still
I
is a
want you to
problem.
explain it.
Yeah, it's not your land due to you guys came
Okay.
on the Jesus boats, you know?
Oh, okay. You sound
No.
really educated.
100%. Well, yeah, so do you disagree?
Dumb.
Yes.
This is a
Why are you
dumbass
speaking
Somalian.
with your I'm
This
not
is a
Somalian. You keep
yes, you are. This is a dumbass
you
Somalian.
uneducated, ugly.
That's your
Bruh,
whole community.
who's my community?
And y'all all on
Who's
welfare.
my
Do
community?
y'all just choose a new group to hate every month? Who will it be next month?
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how asking questions is hate.
Man, come
Why
on.
is he
You're smarter than
gaslighting this
that.
shit? Yeah,
They
why
know
is he
they're not
gaslighting?
welcome. That's why.
All right, this is not productive, so I'm out of here.
Bye,
And it's not your land.
Somali.
Bye bye.
It
Yeah, you
is.
can't answer that question. That's why you fleeing.
Y'all should also find more peace in
Because
your
we
home
found
life.
out that first of all, these bitches ain't even supposed to be up here. It's Ramadan.
What
They
bitches?
supposed to be somewhere praying.
Nigga, who Muslim?
I don't.
Why is you so disrespectful towards everybody?
That's
It's like an.
you're
Who
not
do you?
you're not supposed to be
No
arguing
one.
with that. Go pray. Go pray.
Who do
They're
Hypocrite.
heathens. Yeah.
Yeah, they are
beef with
heathen. That's why we don't have this.
everybody?
And
This
we
is
don't have
sad.
to.
I can't believe 43 people.
Fake Muslims.
So
Not. It's funny because they're fake Muslims and they're still going to get deported.
God bless immigrants. God bless immigrants. And yeah,
Is this supposed to be doing something? You sound like an imbecile.
God bless immigrants.
Yes, the other one was an imbecile too.
The country voted to get rid of your musty armpits out of this land.
Mm-hmm.
You sound manic, Shada.
You sound like you eat Skittles every day.
You sound manic.
You sound like you chase the rainbow.
Nigga, listen to your voice, bro. You sound like Tyler
Oh, he
Perry.
do sound zesty.
You sound like Tyler Perry.
Okay, cool.
He did sound
Y'all are
zesty.
literally crazy. Y'all argue with Black Americans and say they're tethers because you don't know how to look up from down. Like, get real, bro. Like, just
Bitch,
get
nobody
real for a
called you a
second.
tether.
Get real. You're slow, fresh. Honestly, genuinely. Like,
Bitch, nobody
you're
called
just
you a
slow,
tether.
fresh. Like, literally, like this is like brain dead shit.
You literally use migration to describe our people. We
Girl, I
didn't
didn't say
migrate
anything
over
about
here.
migration. You're talking about Yoey, and you was
It
mad
don't
at
matter. You're both two dean bags in a bucket. Don't matter.
Who is y'all people?
she thinks I'm not Black for some reason.
Who is they people?
They think I don't know.
What
Is
are
y'all
you talking about? Didn't nobody say nothing about y'all. I said that she was hanging around a dumbass girl, and whichever one made the allegation of us being migrants was very ignorant, and that's what I just told her.
Nah,
She
bro,
said
you
it wasn't
rude.
her. She said it was somebody else.
Nah, bro, you was rude. But anyway,
And I said 2 peas in a bucket. I don't care. You're both
this
idiots.
whole
Fuck
argument
you.
is tired, bro.
That's
Like,
fine. Who is y'all people though? I'm just curious.
What you mean, whores? Who the hell is you talking to?
You said that we is not your people, so
We
I'm
didn't say
asking who is y'all.
nothing about this girl. We don't even know who
I
she
don't care
is.
about the girl. I'm talking about just now.
I'm
Like just
talking
now.
about just now. You didn't hear
Them
that.
motherfuckers is on one phone.
Alright.
this is brain dead, yeah. Like, I don't know. I wish
No
other people
one
with like common
said
sense would
anything like that. Which
Okay.
one? Why do y'all have a hard time understanding that?
You both are brain dead. That's correct. Have a nice night.
Okay, I'm brain dead. That's fine. I'm asking, are you Black? Are you
Yeah, what group? What
like
do you
who
identify
are
as?
your
Nigga, like,
people?
what?
Your
What the
mom.
fuck is going on?
They don't
And we can
identify.
have a conversation with him, but her ass is in the background, just
Read
super
the
loud.
prompt. Read the
Shut
prompt.
your ass up.
What's
Fresh,
your
you've been talking shit the whole
Hold
time.
on,
You're literally the
Both of y'all were talking shit. Stop crying wolf.
what's your ethnicity, Rainbow?
He talking about, who is y'all people? You don't know your own people when you hear them? What the fuck?
Well, you said.
I didn't say that, sir. I don't know what you heard.
man, they be
All
forgetting
right,
what
that's
they
fine,
just
I
said.
guess.
No one said that. And I don't know why her dumbass instigating. If we said we didn't say it, we didn't say it.
Fresh, you're literally brain dead. Like, what are you
Oh,
talking about? All
Here
you
we
have
go.
are insults.
Nice.
these people are boring.
She came up here, I know, talking about FBA is talking about immigrants taking a job. Talking shit, bitch. And I told her no one says that.
Oh, so saying FBA is taking immigrants.
So
You
like
just
you like immigrants running across the border untapped?
Wait.
okay. So Woni, can you have a reasonable conversation? Like,
Yeah, with the regular people, not
oh
Skittles,
Lord.
not LGBTQ people that want to stand in front of ICE. That's what you're mad about.
Talking about. Listen, I'm just you trying to rage bait, but it's okay. Let me just ask on the topic. So, if you like ICE, do you like Trump? Do you like
Jesus
They do.
Christ.
They're mega.
I like people being deported that don't belong here.
Exactly.
And you don't, because you have to go against Trump, and you don't care what happens to the country. You don't care if people run across the border unchecked. You're anti-American, and you choose your little Skittles lifestyle over the United States of America, like the rest of the Democrats that wouldn't stand up when they were asked do you support Americans? And they said, no, we support all the cartels and anything else that runs across the border. Well, you guys like them running across the border. It's just more things to suck on, right?
Right.
Well, first of all, you don't know me. I'm not a Democrat, first of all. And me asking you,
So
do
why
you
the
like
fuck are
Trump
you
is
calling
not a
us
trap
MAGA?
to set you up.
Yeah,
Who?
shut up then.
The girl, she in the background
Okay, listen,
screaming
I'm not
shit.
the girl. I'm
Y'all
not.
Tell her to
really
shut
crazy,
up.
bro. Like, what the
Are
fuck?
you sure?
How about
Are
you
you
shut up?
sure?
That's why he can't have a reasonable conversation
But
because of your
y'all gotta
hood
mute
rat
people
ass.
every second.
No, you're a
Y'all gotta
hood
mute
rat.
people every second.
You're
Yeah,
a
because
hood rat.
you keep jumping off the mic.
Yeah, we rather
Slow,
talk with
bro.
him
Like,
and
yeah,
step
this is
your
lame
ass.
shit. Goodbye. Like, get
Bye.
help.
We
Psychological
rather
help,
talk to him,
please.
not you.
Please.
Yeah, take your two-headed
And I'd
phone and put it out. You loud
rather
mouth dumbass.
Hood
Shut
rat.
up. Because
seek
we
help.
would rather do.
Bye, hood rat.
Ignoramus.
Bye, Brandy.
Bye, hood rat.
That's the fifth time she said the same insult.
I know.
Oh my goodness. No
She
creativity.
calling us MAGA. Bitch, get out of here.
And then denying that they like Democrats. What is that about?
I don't know.
If I was a Democrat, I would deny it too. They're starting to deny it like these people won't tell us where they come from. Oh, I'm not a Democrat. You better not be.
Man, them Democrats attacked Jasmine Crockett. They better shut up.
That was funny.
I know. They fucked
That
her
woman
up.
went down in flames where she belonged. I'd
I
rather see
know.
the fruity, whatever that thing was that won, because he's just gonna lose anyway. And I don't have to look at her bullshit act. She's she's insulting us. Everything she
Every
says is an
day.
insult to
That's
Black
true.
American women. She's fake. That's not even the way she talks. And
I
she thinks
can't
that's
believe
gonna
she
fly.
said something about picking
No, you
cotton.
didn't, girl. We don't be back in cotton if you don't vote for me. Stupid ass broad. Hit you in the dick if you have one.
Soon she lost. Black American was going around with her picture on his profile. I wonder if he still got it.
Where is he?
I have no idea.
Bring that picture in
But
here.
man, that funny.
I need to laugh.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Mm-mm.
Hey, Mr.
Hold on.
Green.
This is my third burner. This has been a rough week.
Oh wow! Oh
Hello,
shit!
hello, hello.
I had to bust out the never used
This
burner.
one I
Oh,
see.
mother jumpers.
What's up with you guys?
I'm sick and tired of you.
Oh.
Nothing. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Hey, did y'all see Professor video? And he cited you, Wani. I loved it. He cited you. He talked about the Darwin theory. I don't think we've ever told Africans where that theory came from.
You mean the out of Africa theory?
Yeah, we never talked about it.
Oh Lord.
Are you talking about like the monkey thing, like the
I'm not a monkey, thanks.
like where Darwin says like we
Yeah.
came from
Only
apes?
on the weekends,
Mm-hmm.
but not Monday
Wait,
through
what does
Friday.
that have to do with Africa? I'm confused.
That's the out of Africa theory.
That's a new thing I heard, but I
Where are
guess
you from?
I'm West African.
He's a Nigerian.
I'm not Nigerian.
Okay. Okay. So where are you from specifically?
Nah, let's just say I'm Nigerian
Oh,
because you already kind
How
of
about you just say where you're
generalized
from
that.
specifically,
You're
or
not.
are you embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed at all.
Okay, so say it. I mean, you are
I'm
in America.
Nigerian.
You are in
No,
America, correct?
you're not.
No, I'm not
He's not
American, bro.
saying it. He's not saying Nigeria properly for a Nigerian. Where are you from?
What, you want me to say Niger?
No. You're not saying it right. I know how they say it.
You want me to say
Say it again.
Nigeria? Is that what you want me to say? I'm
No,
not
no, no, no,
Nigeria,
no,
I'm
no, no.
Ivorian.
No,
I'm
no, no,
from
no,
Ivory
no.
Coast, Cote
Yeah, I
d'Ivoire.
know because they say Nigeria a certain way.
How do they say it, ma'am?
I'm not going to tell you because then you'll know.
Then I'll know, really.
You might tell everyone
I
how
thought
to
you were
not
the
say it
educated
properly.
one. That's why I'm asking you.
No. Don't worry. It's for my own uses.
Right. I got you. That's cool. Okay. Well, I'm Ivorian. That's my actual nationality.
Okay.
But my
doing?
parents, it's a little weird because my parents are both Liberian, but I was born in Ivory Coast.
You're Liberian then. Lord, what is wrong with you
No,
guys?
no, my nationality, I'm Ivorian, but my
Okay, that's nice.
ethnicity, like I guess my
Are you
specific
a
groups of people.
Americo-Liberian or the one that eats the
No.
Americo-Liberians?
No, there's very few Americo-Liberians, but no, I'm not that.
So you're the one that eats them?
That
How
eat what? What are you
how
talking
do
about? That eats them?
Americo-Liberians taste? Like chicken?
Okay.
I just
Are
want to
y'all just
say
like joking or what is y'all on? What do you mean? What do they taste like? I don't eat people.
Are you
I
sure?
just want to say one
Yeah, I
thing.
don't eat people. Why would I eat a human being?
I just want to say that I have implanted
Why would I eat another human being?
implanted a
Strange.
and it will go off any second.
What?
But who told you? Are you talking about like during like their?
I have planted a bomb in your home and I will
Who told you
explode it
that
any
they
second.
eat people? I guess.
What?
It will explode. It's going to go.
Okay, you gotta go because you're talking about exploding things. Okay, let's get back to your cannibalism.
Who told you they eat people, or like who told you that?
Them going around eating people.
Right, I understand that. That's what you're claiming. So I'm trying to like get more information from you by asking you where are you getting that info.
You don't know anything about cannibalism and the rest of it in Liberia.
No, I know about that, but I'm saying like you're saying it as if people are eating people. Like,
question: how do Americo-Liberians taste?
They don't eat people, man. Now you're just kind of being ignorant. Do you want to actually have like a educated conversation, or you just want to like beat around the bush? Because I'm trying to have a good conversation with
around
you.
the bush.
Yeah, because you're not really like answering my question. You're just trying to like, I don't know if you're trying to be funny for like views or. So you said cannibalism. I know like the only cannibal.
Never mind. Let's go to another topic.
No,
what did you
I want to address what you said though. The only cannibalism I
said
know
I was
of.
going around the bush.
You was. That's why I'm trying to educate the people. Since you don't want to answer the
didn't want to
question.
talk about it.
So the cannibalism you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
That cannibalism happened during the Liberian Civil War. It wasn't people actually eating people. That's how I know you don't really even know Liberian history. It's simply what it was during the Civil War, the so-called patriotic Liberians, specifically there's one called the Patriotic Front of Liberia. It's a rebel group. There was many rebel groups, right? Those guys, and along with some other rebel groups, they ate their enemies. Like, for example, so if, let's say, like Nigeria, for example, that's actually a perfect example since we're talking about Nigeria. So Nigeria deployed its military to Liberia during the Civil War, right? To like try to stop the Civil War, right? And the rebel groups, some of them, not all of them, whenever they captured enemy's forces or soldiers or whatever, they practiced cannibalism to eat them as a form of fear, to strike fear into their hearts. That basically to let the enemy know that, hey, if we ever capture you,
can you hear
right,
yourself talking?
and we take you out, this is what's gonna happen to you.
Can you hear yourself talking?
So when you say, I'm
She asked you a
about
question.
cannibalism, you're kind of saying it as if,
Hold on, she asked you a question.
as if everybody ate people.
Hold on, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to respond to what you're saying, and you keep saying things that don't make sense.
You said am I saying that doesn't make sense?
You said that's not eating people.
What did I say though that doesn't make sense?
Into us telling us about you eating people over there.
But what did I say that didn't make sense?
Well, you said that's not eating people. That is eating people.
What did I say that didn't make sense though?
You said that's not eating people.
What's not eating people?
Eating people.
No. I said
That's
you're trying to make it seem like the whole Liberian population is doing that when that's just something that happened during a war where other soldiers did that to other soldiers to put fear into their hearts. That's what happened. Okay. So again, are you not understanding, or are you just saying that?
But they also consumed them people because they thought it would give them power.
No, actually, it's called that. That's not. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, that's what happened.
That's the basis
It's
of all
absolutely not
cannibalism.
what happened.
Yes,
Yes.
it is. That's the basis of all cannibalism among Stone Age minded people. They think they're going to get the power. Even the European did it, so you can relax. The European did the same thing. Eat people. People in the Americas did it. Whatever.
Right, yeah, I'm pretty sure like it's been practiced everywhere in the world
Everybody
at some
did it.
point.
Okay, I agree
But
with you.
yeah, it's
But
been practiced everywhere at
you're
some point.
doing it in modern times, and Black Americans don't do it. So we can look
I
at
don't
you like
think
that.
anybody really does it right now in modern
Yeah, they
times.
do. Yeah, they do. They're literally having court cases in
I don't know
Africa.
what country currently that eats people, but
Different,
that's kind of strange.
different ones in Africa. They
I
always have
mean,
something
Miss
different.
Ray,
cannibalism happened.
when somebody else speaking, please close your mic. It's giving feedback. All right.
I got you, bro.
Okay.
But I really came up for your prompt, not to really argue cannibalism, but we can agree to disagree on that, to be honest. Because I obviously I know my country's history, but whatever you want to believe, that's up to you. I can't change your mind.
It's a fact that cannibalism happened there, and we can move on.
Yeah, exactly. It did happen there. I was just trying to educate you guys on why it happened, so people don't like think that
The reason
the
why really
general
don't matter.
population is just eating people.
But
No.
the reason why it happened really doesn't matter. It happened, and that's what she said. So go ahead. You can read the prompt.
But before you
That's
move
kind of ignorant, but why are melanated immigrants?
Hold on. What'd you say? I love us.
hey y'all, I was just gonna say before you all move on, because I'm only be up here for a few seconds, sir. I would like you to just sit back sometime in the audience and pay attention of how you all sound. Just analyze yourselves. Won't mentioned cannibalism. You all don't even realize how insane it is to do something like that. And for you to say it was because they were prisoners of war, like that's some kind of excuse because of this, they were doing it because of this. But Black people really are the chosen people. Foundational Black Americans, we are the chosen people. You can't even get your brain to understand how bizarre and how berserk that is. And so when she mentions it, oh, I'm trying to educate you. How in the living heck are you going to educate us on that when you can't even grasp the fact of it? It's in pure insanity. At no level, at no point in time should anybody be doing something like that. And I'm going to land right here because I don't want to, just go ahead and go ahead to the prompt. But I need you to sit back next time and just sit down in the live like I'm doing and analyze, really put on some critical thinking skills and trying to process information. The reason she brought it up, and I'll just say, even if it's not the reason, you got to understand how sick it is. And then for you to say, oh, well, that's what they did because this, that, and the other. Man, come on. I can barely even listen to you now. And that's all I came up to say. And you literally sitting here talking about you're going to educate somebody else. But okay.
Okay, cool. So I respect everything you said, and I agree with everything you said. I think that eating people in general is a horrible thing to do to another human being. I perfectly understood what Wani stated. I just was confused because it seemed like Wani was trying to generalize and saying everybody did it. That's what it sounded like. So that's why I had to just kind of explain why that even happened. But yes, I agree with you. It's horrible to do that no matter where on the planet. But the last thing I'll say, and then I'll move on to the prompt, is that when WAR happens in the world, right? Like when people see you as like an enemy and they want to like get rid of you or whatever, they'll do anything possible to try to do that. So in Liberia, unfortunately, that was just one of the stuff. But
Yeah,
why are
it's still
melanated
beyond
immigrants
demonic and you
dropping
just
their
don't get it. So
cultural
that's fine. I'll drop.
identities, tradition? Huh? Why are melanated immigrants dropping their cultural identities, traditions to tether cosplay as Black Americans? Black Americans stand with ICE. Okay.
What happened?
got quiet.
Oh, I'm not quiet. Sorry, I had to take care of something. But what was your question?
I mean, you read the prompt. What's your thoughts on it? I mean,
Oh, right. So my thoughts on that is that uh, I'm not. I mean, I know what cosplay mean. Maybe there are some Africans that are trying to act like they're Black Americans, but yeah, I agree they're not Black Americans. But I wouldn't say everybody's cosplaying. I'm definitely not. But yes, there are some Africans that probably do that. And the question is, why do they do that? Well, I don't know. I think cultural assimilation, that's probably the easiest way to answer that, is that people kind of, not everybody, but like some people assimilate to cultures that they tend to be around like a lot. And if you're in America, Black American culture is American culture. So if you're living in America, especially if you grew up here like all your life, kind of like I did, it's kind of understandable to see why some people assimilate naturally because they're closer to that culture and that's all they've known since birth. So that's probably why some of them act Black American. Black Americans stand with ICE, mass deportations now. Okay, that one's kind of weird, but to me,
how's
Why
it
is
work?
it weird?
no. That's why I'm trying to answer it. So that one is a little strange to me because, like, if you're standing with ICE in the sense of like uh, deportation for like people who are what is it called? People who are like
Illegal.
committing like maybe
Illegal.
like
Illegal.
just let me finish, ma'am. You're like speaking for me before I can get the words out. But yes, I agree with you. Um, but yeah, if you're standing with them in the sense that like you want them to get rid of criminals, like people committing heinous crimes, people
No, the
who do
illegals,
terrible
not
things,
heinous
or people
crimes.
who like
No,
break the laws, for example,
not heinous crimes.
to like enter the
No,
United States and stuff.
it's a crime to
Those,
enter the United States.
ma'am, do you want to have a conversation or not?
Yes, but if you hear her interjecting, then let her speak.
What do you mean? Then
It's
let
a,
her speak. That's not
it's
how a
a back and
conversation
forth.
works.
It's a back and forth. That's how
All right, for sure,
conversations
bro. Y'all
go.
be smooth. Y'all obviously don't know how to have a conversation.
No, we do, but it's an open conversation. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, Digit.
What up, y'all?
All right, where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm from Chicago. I'm a Black American.
All right, what's your thoughts on the prompt?
Why are melanated immigrants dropping their cultural identity, traditions to tether cosplay as Black Americans? I think because it's a come up, if they check our boxes and act as us, then that's a come up where they have access to resources. And the second one is Black Americans stand with ICE mass deportations now. Well, I'm a Black American and I stand out the way. I think they should do their job. I have no problem with mass deportation. What trips me out is that like the Black Democrats, they blaming the Latinos for like a lot of the Black Democratic politicians losing, but then they don't understand like a lot of the Latinos want deportation as well. So then they say that the Latinos are going against their Black Democrats helping them, but I think that's just Black Democrats Black Democrats are not supporting their base voting bloc. So right now we're not voting for them. So for them to support immigration is just going against their voting bloc.
Okay, you done?
Yeah, that's where I stand with that.
Okay, cool. All right, AJ. Oh, Al Jones, I mean. Al Jones, unmute yourself. Mm. He fled. If you disagree, come up. Let's talk about it, y'all.
It's very interesting. They want the least amount of people deported if they want them deported at all. And I don't understand it. It's like they're living in another reality where these people don't bother them, don't threaten their jobs or their safety. They don't mind unvetted people roaming around the country. And I feel like they should. I don't understand the mindset.
Yeah, it don't make sense. Like when you say you're gonna stand out the way, Digit, what do you mean?
No, I was talking about the guy that dropped down.
Right.
No, when I say I'm gonna stand out the way, that means I'm not gonna get in ICE way. I'm not gonna be out there protesting or. I mean, if they doing their job, they doing their job. I'm personally, I agree with mass deportation, especially for illegals, and I mean, I hope it carries on to some of the first generation people that's here.
Okay, I agree. Okay.
But what I was stating is that the Black Democrats, politicians, is dependent on the Latino vote when most of the Latinos who can vote are against their own Latinos coming in the country illegally.
That's the part that's crazy. They don't get it. They split their vote just like the European descendants do. They're not going to be 100% for Democrats, so I don't understand it. Now, Jasmine Crockett does not know how to lose very well. She's now on the timeline claiming that European descendants are randomly strange fruiting blacks in Trump's America. She needs to go sit down somewhere. What is she doing? You lost, and you lying and fear mongering isn't going to help. So what is she doing? She's weird.
I know the latest incident that happened. I believe the guy was a immigrant, or he was a first generation immigrant.
Yeah, he's an immigrant. Yep. And his family said he was depressed, and they didn't want to make a big deal about it.
So if they don't
I
make a
didn't
big
really hear
deal
what
about
you
it.
said. What happened now? What did you say, Digit? The last thing you said, and then won't you? I didn't hear what you said.
He was saying an incident about strange fruiting in America. That's about the guy who was found. I believe it was somewhere in Georgia, that he was an immigrant. But Jasmine Crockett was saying that Black Americans was being caught up in incidents like that.
Well, that definitely happened to some of the truckers, Black Americans. It comes across my TikTok page, so I have to be honest, that definitely has happened. But I'm glad that she didn't make it in. I was sick of her. Initially, I was liking her, but after a while, I just got sick of her. But what I wanted to say quickly here, hey, Wani, hey, Fresh, hey, D, make sure I speak to you all.
Hey.
Hey, what I would love, we got like 40 people in the panel, you in the chat, I should say. Make sure you all tapping and liking. But I would love some people to come up, don't be afraid, and explain to me why we should not be happy that ICE is doing their job. because they said there's 15 million, and we never get the truth until 20, 15, 30 years later. If they say there's 15 million illegal immigrants here, that means there's probably 35 or 40 million.
There's about
honestly.
100 million.
Okay. See, and I believe that. And it has gravely affected our people, our communities, and then the way they treat our people. So I'd love to have you all to come up and have a discussion. I'm laying down. I have a head injury, and it's hard for me to focus sometimes, but I can get my facts out, and then, I have to take a little bit of break. But I would love for you all to come up and explain to me why we should be upset with ICE when you guys don't even like Black people. You don't like them. You don't have any reason not to like them. You came here with this racist HATE mentality from all these countries. All of you are enslaved Black. All your countries enslaved Black people all the way up to 1830. But I had to figure that out on my own. I'm sure you all heard me say some of this before. But I'd love you ought to come and have a conversation with us. You come into people's communities, drain them of resources, treat them bad. I don't care what job they work in. If they're working for a legal firm and they're their assistants, they'll try to make sure you don't talk to the attorney and mess with you until the attorney just drops you. It happened to me. They work in the Department of Motor Vehicles. They work in, I don't care, you name anything that you have to do on a day-to-day basis. They are involved. And it's millions of them in jobs that they're not supposed to be in, and then telling us, "Oh, you don't want your job you don't want that job anyway. Are you too lazy?" They were too lazy to defend their own country, work in their own country, and make sure their country work. And then they come over here, group up together, and push our people out. And I would like to know why, especially, it really bothers me what I'm hearing about California. I know what they did in Minnesota and Chicago, but in California, quickly in our land, there are like millions of Black people basically are no longer living in their places of residence because the Latin population, which would be Hispanics, Mexicans, whatever you want to call them, came in and took over those areas. They treat them bad in the judicial system, in the welfare system, in any kind of job. There's 33 multiple different class action lawsuits, and Black people have a hard time. They've pushed them, like 90% of Latin America is now in those communities. It used to be Black, and they literally HATE Black people. So I would like to know why we should turn around and be against them and go fight for ICE. I would love for somebody to come up and have that discussion.
It's very quiet.
Right.
Somebody said I need to be talking about how Keith Porter was unalived. Who in the world was Keith Porter? I'm going to be talking about somebody I don't even know. How about you come up and discuss Keith Porter since you know all about him?
I sent him a mic.
I was talking about what is her name? Jasmine Crockett. I was, because y'all said she said something about some type of fear mongering thing, and if she's gonna say anything about ICE, she need to be talking
Your
about how
background
ICE
is really loud.
unalived.
Can you hear me? Your background is kind of loud.
I apologize. I thought that was directed at me. I apologize for that.
No, I know. I'm a follower. I see you. It's speaking wisdom all the time. But no, I definitely was talking about what I said it like right when y'all said a thing about Jasmine Crockett. She need to be saying something about Keith Porter. He was unalived by an ICE and what was he, off duty ICE agent on like New Year's Eve. I think, yeah, New Year's Eve.
Now I remember. Yeah, and they tried to keep that hush hush. I heard about that. Yep.
Seen his mom going to court, and I'm looking like, where's all the people who's protesting against ICE? They should be all standing behind her as well, since they want to bring some American citizens into something. There you go. There's your situation right there. You should be standing behind him and his mom and their family. But I ain't seen no type of support for them from the heavy anti-ICE people.
Are we surprised? I'm hurting. Go ahead, host.
Oh, no.
Go ahead to your next person. I'll be quiet.
Okay, yeah, Keith Porter. That name does sound familiar. I have to do some research on that. Styler B, how are you? Styler B, can you hear me?
No, that was an accident. I didn't even know. My apologies.
Okay, no problem. All right. Have a good evening.
I did want to say that I was a little bit surprised because I did actually see that like when it like first happened on the news and all the other like the Renee lady, the Alex dude that happened afterwards and everybody started going crazy. But I felt like it was just like me. Like I know other people seen it, but like I felt like it's just me who like really grabbed onto it at that time. But I was surprised because it's like he should have been the first or he should be the face if they're gonna keep saying their name and stuff like that. Say Keith Porter's name, not nobody else, honestly, because I kind of feel like they stepped out of their jurisdiction. Our parents told us what the police was, what they do, and how to not be around them. If they're gonna do any type of act about an officer, they should know like they're risking their lives, and that's what they did.
Right. And then Sam 223 is saying, why are so many FBA xenophobic, which is completely untrue. We're just tired of people coming here, draining us of hundreds of billions of dollars in resources over a 10-year period, lying about it, acting like they're hard workers. We hard workers need good. But at the end of the day, come to find out they're 69 to 70%, sometimes even 80% of some type of public assistance program. So we're paying all these taxes out. That money's coming out of our paychecks. And then it's going over to people that's not even supposed to be in the country, and they've been lying about them not being able to get benefits because they're illegal. Come to find out, all they have to do is have a child, which millions of them do, and then they qualify some kind of way for those benefits, housing, Section 8, free, everything. You name it, they get it. And then in some of these states, they've given them $9,000, almost $10,000 per person. Then put them up in a hotel, free rent. Then gave them I don't know how many thousands of dollars in food stamps. And you want to know? You want to call that xenophobic? No, we're trying to be accountable for where our money is going. And you're welcome to come up. You claim that you're American and you don't care where our money's going. We got people living under Americans who paid their way and paid taxes living under bridges. I just drove downtown and saw this guy in a tent living under a bridge. They treat our people so bad. And a lot of times they deny them benefits that they're supposed to receive. I've talked to some of those people and it's going on. So come on up and discuss why it's xenophobic to discuss billions of dollars, again, shredded out of our community and drain the money that's supposed to be coming to us that was for us. And then on top of that, then they just got any kind of scam, anything they want to do, they're doing it. And then when they make money, they're sending it out. You can do what you want to with your money. But CYT, when they brought you all over here, when they brought these people over here, they didn't expect them to come into this country and send all that money back overseas. So every year they send it out hundreds of billions of dollars. Over 10 years, how many trillions of dollars is that? And you call that xenophobic? Then xenophobic it is.
Okay. Brother Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you? Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm FBA. Mutumbi. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Matumdi.
Mutumdi. Yeah, I'm FBA.
Okay.
I'm all for deportation. They should get all of y'all up out of here. Quit y'all parasites. In my eyes, you parasites.
Y'all? Who you mean, y'all?
Whatever for it, illegals is over here, and those that's claiming to be legal, did it some type of way. No, y'all parasites. Y'all leeching y'all leeching off of us, for lack of a better term. Parasites. You can drop me. I'm out.
Okay. All right. Good one.
That was interesting.
Right. Yeah.
I added another name, a Black American woman. Her name's Tatiana Williams. I don't know if I spelled it right in the comments, but it made me think of what I Love Us said. What in Chicago, her two children passed away in the car because they was homeless, but she had called their homeless hotline multiple times, which is interesting to me because Chicago is the fifth largest, like most populated immigrant state, and they are housing the people. So why, when she called multiple times, she didn't get into the program, but they got the largest population over there.
But see, I kind of saw a little bit of that on TikTok since I don't watch TV and a regular nose, and it came across. But I just found out by reading something the other day, 50%, and sometimes even more than that, of illegal immigrants are in the homeless shelters. That's still our money. So we're losing people that should be in there that are American citizens. That's why Trump said America first. So if they hadn't come to this country, would she have lost her life? There are people that have, there was another black lady that lost her life. They turned her away out there, and I forgot what state it was. Was it Michigan? I think it was Michigan. And she went back and got in her car and froze it to DA. Well, she was unalived in her car because it was the coldest night of the year, just within the past few months. So they're sitting here talking about, oh, you're xenophobic. What kind of stupid terminology is that for what's going on? And that's supposed to make us not discuss all our people. And these are just people that we're hearing about. Do you know how many people are really suffering? If you got 100 million people, okay, let's go with 20 million. 20 million people in this country absorbing benefits, taking up jobs that they don't belong in. And they always bashing these fast food jobs. If I had to, I'd work a fast food job. But those jobs are supposed to be there when people need them. But if you get people taking those jobs and making careers, they got these Latin women making careers. Everybody under the sun got a job at McDonald's. And then when our young people want to go and get a job, they can't get one. Then some of them go do something stupid. Now they sitting in jail for 40 years. I'm sick of it, and I'm just gonna land. But it irks the daylights out of me, and I would love for this person to come up and have a conversation.
So who are you talking about? But yeah, those jobs were like where teenagers get work experience. But who are you speaking about in the audience?
Oh, let me just see here. This lady talking about FBA is they're American, but FBA is xenophobic. Let me just see, where's it?
I live in Chicago, and they're raising our property taxes to supplement the money that they spent on immigrants.
Yep.
Here it is, Sam 223.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard about that too, and it's real bad. I have a lot of family in Illinois, a whole lot of family in Illinois and Wisconsin, and now if you want to buy a property, the taxes, the property taxes, y'all, are just as high as the mortgage. I kid you not. I kid you not. You can, in some cities, you can around Illinois, you can pay just as much for the property taxes as you're paying for the mortgage. How are you going to own the house?
And I just put another brother's name in. I don't want to like consume the conversation, but it's a boy. His name was a young man. His name was Malachi Mitchell, and I'm a black actor, so I know a lot of what's going on right now. And he was unalived, and they got the person who did it, whatever, but he was with no charges, trying to say it was self-defense. The reason why I'm saying this is because they always want to say like, oh well, we just want to make sure the immigrants get due process. Do our people get due process? Does the injustice system treat our people right? And it just would look silly for us to go out there and be like, we want justice for some other people that's not even saying it for us. It's not the same team. It's just not.
Right. Agreed. Okay. Hi, Rufus. How are you?
Hey, good evening. How you doing? How's everybody in the panel?
Good.
Good. I was just on another panel, which I find it quite interesting. We were discussing this African tether that was threatening one of the moderators on the panel. And it's the same gentleman. I don't know if everybody watched Philip Scott, but he uploaded a video of him replying to someone said, if you don't like it in America, you should leave. And I played that audio for everybody to hear. So he came up not too long ago on the panel, and I had confronted him about it, and he had nothing to say except, I said, well, you're threatening people on the panel and you were saying some derogatory things about FBAs. And it just shows you the vitriol and the jealousy and just the animosity they have towards us. They have no value in this country. The only thing they do is take, and they admit that they come here to take. They didn't come here to work with us. And I think our big mistake, and again, I'm gonna say this: the 1965 Act, we should have looked at that a little bit closer, because everybody was feeding off our plates, but they didn't do anything to help us. The fact of the matter is that they're in our communities, they're in our schools, they're taking our jobs and everything. And it's getting out of hand. And I think a lot of people are getting tired after, so many years of them being here. I think they need to go home.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. They definitely got to go.
If we don't correct it now, it'll get to a point where we won't. They look at New York. Look at this mayor coming out talking about the immigrants built America and all this mess. They have a plan. They always have a plan. And if we don't get in control of this stuff now, it's going to be really bad later. And I'm just waiting to see who's going to get in office next, because honestly, the Democrats do not need to get back in office. They're nothing but trouble for Black Americans. They're just not any better than the Republicans as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not a Republican or a Democrat anymore. I'm especially not a Democrat anymore. And one thing about Trump, we can say a lot of stuff about him. That is true. But Trump has exposed more scamming and garbage and mess than any other president in our lifetime. All this crazy mess has been exposed. I mean, who would have ever known it was to the degree that it is, just billions upon billions upon billions. And then I see that Adisi is saying that 2 of the children were frozen unalived. And, you just think about this, y'all. We got babies freezing to weth because people jumped the fence and came here and they're draining our benefits. And then I hear that when they're in control of those homeless shelters, they treat Black people horribly. Tell them you can't go to the bathroom. Oh, you came in too late. Just any excuse to just get rid of them. I'm sorry, but I'm just so tired of these people coming in here treating us like this on our own land. I mean, and then somebody made some comment the other day. I think it was today. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be quiet. They were talking about how many Black people are being unalived, and we need to be concerned about that. And you're not. I looked up Mexico. There was somebody from Mexico. They've unalived 330,000 people just in 10 years alone. And somewhere else I looked it up, it was like close to 400,000. So they always try and act like Black people on the bottom. But when you look up their country and do the math, they're always doing 50 times worse. And I'll land.
Well, and let me pick up back of what you just said. The Democrats like to have degenerate people over here. They never ever brought their best over here, meaning people who were independent, people who were able to take care of themselves. The only people that have been coming over here is lynches and leeches, and these type of people. They come over here and they have a bunch of kids. I live in an apartment building. I live in Maryland, but I have a bunch of these Africans that took over. Now it used to be mixed. Now I have a bunch of Africans. I'm the only FBA woman that lives in this building. And a lot of times, they give you a look. They're very ignorant. They just have this takeover mentality. And unfortunately, we have to deal with the blunts of it in our communities, because the white tea people are not handling. They're not gonna go for that. That's why they put them in our communities. That's why they put them in the housing. That's why they put them. That's why they have these loans to have these different businesses up. And what gets me is I'm successful because I have a house and a car and a little business. And I always tell them, yeah, you might have that house and car now, but guess what? The white tea people can also snatch it away from you. So we know what's up. You just don't want to see it.
Not to single anyone out, but the sub-Saharans are very tribal, and it kind of make it hard for you not to become tribal when you're dealing with them. If you go on their panels and lives, you could and when they talk amongst themselves and they be from different tribes, you could see the tribalism come out within themselves. So when they dealing with us, they try to team up against us, but still their tribalism kind of make it hard for you not to band together and become tribal back with them.
Britt, why don't you come up and ask me that question? Come on up, Britt. Come on up and ask me that question, and I'll give you an answer. I hate the deflection that these people do. You know what I'm saying? They came over here. Oh, I was born here. I'm an American citizen. No, you were anchored over here from your family to probably immigrants.
Yeah, but these be the same people that tell us we aren't American.
It's a thought.
What you say?
Still need me to come up. I
That's
can't
a
come
thought.
up.
It's making me. It's profound. You're making me think. Same ones telling us we're not American. They're claiming that they're American.
She says, I still need you to come up. State your claim and what you need to say. Yeah, of course. See, they say stuff in the comments, but they never want to come up and say. You could say it. You could say it up on the panel. You don't have to be in the comments. Say it on the panel.
Yeah, come on up. We don't bite, but you got it. You can't be a coward. You can't be a weakling and just type stuff in the comments. Come on up. We'll let you speak. We'll wait. How's my phone saying it's heating up? Like, what in the world is going on?
Anyway, I'm gonna stand by my statement of what I said. We FBAs, we cannot be deported. We're not going anywhere. This is our land. Our families had built this land. Y'all didn't do anything but come over here. That's all you did. Your families have brought you here, anchored you here, and that's it. And off the 13th and 14th Amendment, off of my ancestors back. That's your answer.
Also, people, it's kind of weird because these people that talk like, can they snatch this away and can they snatch that away? You know what? The people you're talking about, ma'am, they unalive 40,000 of themselves a year. Their birth rate is at 0%. That's why they were moving you all out, everybody out of the country that's brown. And he welcomed the people. What country was it from? The Whitey Africans?
Oh, yeah, they were from South Africa, I think.
And then some other country, like I forgot where. But just put on your thinking back cap. I hate it when people don't, I don't want to say hate. I despise it when people don't use their brain for anything, but just to push some garbage out without thinking. You can pray for analytical skills, and I'm not even being funny right now. So you don't come across as just stupid. The people that you're telling us to worry about, they're worried about all the brown people. The 20 million to 100 million that are here, I don't know how many actually. They want you all out. They're banning them and deporting them. They're not messing with Black Americans. You know why? We were reclassified. Our foundational Black Americans were reclassified. They came here. We opened our arms to them as we did every other group, and they turned on us like you all did. And so they reclassified us to take our land. So you're sitting on our land. Right. And if you go out and Google it, ma'am, you'll see that that's there. But as far as them snatching up something from us, I guarantee you, they're not going to snatch anything from us. They see how things have worked out as they brought you and other people like you into this country to fight against us. And What you all did was you grouped up, but it was a problem because you're sending hundreds of billions of dollars back home. So what did Trump do? He came in and he said now he's going to charge a big fee for anybody sending money to another country. Number one. Number two, he said he banned like 39 different countries, and you guys got to go. I'm talking too much, but don't put a comment in the comments if you're too coward to come up and say anything. Rarely would I ever, if somebody requested that I come up after I said something, it's so rare. If it's just some group that just, they're so ignorant, doesn't make any sense, that's one thing. But we are well informed. So yeah, to answer your question, put on your thinking cap, use some critical thinking skills, process some information, analyze, and you'll figure out that you didn't even have to type that.
She said, I can't, and calling someone stupid? Okay, don't know what that means.
It just means that I said put on your critical thinking skills. And I said it sounds dumb because it does sound dumb. Because as you were thinking, you would never type that. You would have never typed, can they take, what are they going to take from, are they going to, however you stated, that you would have never put that in there. Because you would already analyze the fact that they're not messing with Black Americans. Why aren't they messing with Black Americans? Why are they messing with everybody else but us? And even if
All
they
I
did,
said was, I said that you said you
I'm
didn't
just
like
going
to
to
say
finish
the
my
word
statement.
hate,
Hold
I'm going to
but you
finish my
said
statement.
despise.
I'm going to finish my
Hate is
statement.
the same word as
Hold on, Britt.
despise.
Just mute her. Just mute her.
Let her finish, and then you can respond. All right. Before you
Okay,
respond, you're gonna have to say where you're from and your ethnicity. But let her finish. All right.
go ahead.
I was simply saying that if you just, some people just don't analyze. If you just analyze everything, just do that. Then some of the stuff that you all put in this chat, you would never even type. That's what I'm saying. If you want to consider that dumb, be offended by that, oh well.
Okay, I wasn't offended by anything. I just simply, when you said something, you said the word you was like you didn't want to say
Hey,
the word
Britt, real
hate.
quick. Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm born in St. Lucia, raised in New York.
Okay.
Ethnicity, Black St. Lucian.
Just St. Lucian. You're not Black, but go ahead. You can respond.
Anyways, yeah. So, when you said that you didn't want to say the word hate, and then you rebutted and said despise, that's just the same word. That's what I was saying. And that was just all I said. But
Use
anyways,
that word. I'm a
Some words is not allowed on TikTok.
I know, but it's the hate is allowed on TikTok. It's a word.
No, it's not. They
It
just they
is.
ban you.
It
So
is. They did not ban the word
Yes.
hate.
Yes. Just say the H word, please.
Okay. Okay. So, anyways, why are Africans begging Black Americans to be Africans? Well, solely to be honest with you, I wouldn't say no one was begging it. It's just something that was implemented and forced upon the economy because of the slavery back then that had everything to do with the transatlantic trade slave. That was in history books and everything else. That was heavily forced upon, and more so in school. We learn about all that in school as well. The word, when it comes to African American, those terms were, well, that word was created by the oppressors, which was the white people, and they wanted to distinguish the type of people that were here in America. So because it was a lot of, there was blacks and I would say there was melanated people, it was indigenous, and it was white people. Obviously the white people wanted to take over everything, so they wanted to put black people on the bottom and not let them have anything. They took, if you go back and look at into, I watched videos on YouTube with the Gullah Geechee. They took these people's houses, they took their land, they had air what's it called, air houses or air land, or I call it air's land. And they took all these Black American houses back then because they didn't want them to have anything. And they're still doing it now. Where a lot of, I just actually watched a video of where this white person in South Carolina took one of these Black American houses because they had a percentage in the house that their parents left for them, and they took it because, again, they're using it to, well, well, do wood and, they're just buying up the land so they can do whatever the fuck they want, which is like wood and all that kind of stuff that they would like to do with it. So
what are you talking about?
I was talking about the reason why it's called African American, because of the white people, the oppressors. That's
You
the
said
reason
what?
why. I was saying the reason why you have African Americans is because of the oppressors, which they wanted to distinguish. They wanted to put down the black,
Do
the
you
the
know what the
melanated
origin
people.
of African American is? Like, what? I'm
Sorry, go ahead.
confused. I said, do you know what the origin of African American is? I'm kind
Yes,
of
I do.
confused on what you're talking about.
Yes, I do know what the origin of African American is. Descendants of Africans, and which was the Atlantic trade slave. But again, a lot of FBA say they're
No,
not
that's
African American. They're not
we're
Africans.
not. We're not African.
So if you're not African, why do you have African descendants?
Any people that have any African descent would be ancient, ma'am. Are you not aware of that?
They're ancient.
The descent is ancient.
They're ancient.
Britt, how many Africans came to the United States of America? Do you know how many came here approximately?
More than a billion.
A billion?
Yes,
What?
more than a billion.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Hey,
So technically, hold on a second, real one.
hold on a second, real one. Go ahead.
They said 12 million came to the Americas. Could you mute digital? So 12 million came to the
Real
Americas.
quick, everybody, hold on. Everyone that's not speaking, when you're not speaking, can you please mute your mic? Because sometimes it gives off feedback. Go ahead. I love us.
So Britt is on teacup because she's gonna have to do some research. And in the United States of America, they said it's less than 300,000, of course, according to the History Channel. So we have they saying it's 48 million of us, which means there's probably 80 million of us, because they're never going to tell the truth about black people, and they're doing that based on the census, and we don't fill out the census. So they came up with the majority of us don't even fill out the census. My parents and my family never has, and I don't know anybody that really has. So is you sitting here telling us that we're African and we have African, and now I need you to go ahead and prove that. And there's never been a billion people. There's a billion people in Africa. And so they sent a billion people over here? I mean, girl, come on now.
Hey, let me ask. Hey, y'all. How
You
y'all
need to
doing,
go ahead and
fam?
Google what you just said, ma'am, and see if what you're saying is correct. There's no billion people that came to Africa. That's impossible. I mean, came from Africa to the U.S. That's absolutely impossible.
Go ahead, real one. You can ask your question.
What's up, man? How y'all doing tonight?
Good. How
On
are
this
you?
Friday night, chilling and still having to put foot on it, right? Hey, what is she? The lady that was talking. What is she?
What did you say again, Britt?
Oh, excuse me.
What's your
What's your
ethnicity?
ethnicity, Britt?
I'm Saint Lucian, black.
Say what? Say what?
I'm Saint Lucian,
Saint
black.
Lucian.
Okay. Can you tell me? I want you to tell me how many bloodlines does Black Americans have?
Well, it really, they don't really have a bloodline.
What?
So why? So we don't have a bloodline. Why are you calling us Africans?
First of all, it depends on who you're talking about, because again,
I ask you again. I
listen,
ask you
like I
again.
said,
I will ask you
like
again.
I listen,
What
like
are
I
the blood?
said,
Give me the
there's a lot of
bloodline.
people that
Give
do
me the.
not have a bloodline to a specific
Give me a
certain
blood. Give me a
place.
bloodline. Give me a blood. Give me the bloodlines that are in Black Americans.
Well, I would say how you call that? It's a C word. I forgot the name. I'm not gonna lie to you. The only one I know of is the CH, but I really don't know the exact word off my
CH.
tongue.
What's CH?
I
Anybody
forgot.
know what CH is? I
Might
know
be,
she got to
maybe
go.
she might be telling Choctaw, maybe.
She got to go
Sorry,
Google it.
Cherokee. My bad.
Cherokee.
Cherokee.
Okay,
My
so
bad.
that's all you know. So
And the
Why you
only
don't
reason I
call
know
us?
that is because my girlfriend is from
I got
has
you.
a
Your
certain
girlfriend,
tribe in it.
she don't know
So
nothing, and
yes.
you don't know nothing either, right? We have multiple blood streams going through our. That's why we are the most powerful people on the planet. We're really that $1 million people who got created and became these badass motherfuckers. But we also got some European blood in us, right? So
Do you?
why
Because
you
a lot
don't?
of
So
y'all
why?
say you have no European
God
blood.
damn it! So why don't you call us European?
But y'all don't say y'all have European blood.
Well, we just because we don't say it. I'm saying now that you know, we have
That's what you're
multiple.
saying, though.
Well, it's my bloodline,
Yeah, that's your
dumbass.
bloodline, but that's not
So
everyone's
what do you?
bloodline.
But are you that? Are you okay? Are you
You're one.
slow?
You're one person, sir.
What?
Your bloodline
Everybody,
is not everyone's bloodline.
but
Because a lot of
it's
FBAs don't even classify themselves or having European descent or even having an African descent.
some of them don't.
Okay, so that means that's your bloodline.
It's you
I have
retarded or
So how are you
Caucasian
something.
speaking for
men. When
everyone's
You re,
bloodline if that's just
you
your
retarded
that's
though.
just your
Breed,
bloodline?
real, you can't,
But this
you
is what
can't say that
happens when you're
R word.
talking to third brain people, bro. They so fucking slow and they think they know us. They don't even. She talking about somebody told her about Cherokee. She don't even know us. You don't know shit about us.
You just don't even know what you're talking about, sir.
How do I
Brit,
don't know? It's me.
No, you don't. Yeah, it just
Hey,
doesn't make
How
any
do
Brit,
I
sense.
not?
It
It's
Britt,
doesn't make any
me.
real
sense.
one, real one, real one. Hold on a second, Britt. I want to apologize. I asked you to come up, but you just made a complete clown out of yourself. I didn't expect the stuff that you said. People were typing in the chat asking, "What in the world are you talking about?" Host came off the panel said, "What in the world are you talking about?" You said you sit here and say that black people denounce the fact that they have white tea in them. You don't even know the terms. You can't use H on the chat, HATE. That on TikTok. That's one of the words. It's banned. And you sitting up here arguing with people. It's like 80% of the stuff you said, you even went around in the circle. It didn't make any sense. And I do apologize. I really do.
I use
Because
the word hate multiple
I
times.
didn't
I've
know it
yet
was
to
going to
get
be this
banned, so it's
bad.
not a
And
word
by the
that's
way,
being
I
banned.
have
I
my
don't know what you're
grandmother
talking
on
about.
my dad's side is a white tea woman.
If the word hate
My
was banned,
great
I would have
grandmother
been
on my
banned.
dad's side is a white
They
tea
would have.
woman. So,
Britt,
and we're not supposed
Britt,
to say white. We're
Britt,
supposed to.
I asked you to just say the H word. So
She's doing
let's.
that on purpose. And you should block her because she's probably going to try to report you.
And then they said something about me, and I'm like, I ain't even said nothing. But when if you can't tell us the bloodlines, then because all they focus on is Africa, nothing else. We're more than Africa, right? We're way more than that. So I don't get it. You know, she up here trying to telling me I don't know who. What the these third brains, man. These motherfuckers are I don't know what it is, man. It's just like it at least 10 decades behind. At least that.
Did you hear her conversation? I'll try to be nice, but when she started becoming disrespectful, I had to go ahead and put it out there on blast. I mean, the stuff that she was saying didn't make any kind of sense. Oh, you got a new guest. Let me be quiet.
Ogiba.
Oh, Jesus.
What'd you say?
I said, okay, hold on. What is it say? Oh, ye baby. Where
My
you
name is
from, Chef?
Oge. It's Oge.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm Nigerian.
Okay, where
Where
you
you
currently
stand?
located?
I'm in Texas.
Of course.
Okay, can you turn your background down
Yeah,
some,
one
please?
second. Let me turn it down.
What generation are you first gen?
Actually, I was born in Nigeria. So, I mean, no, I'm not first gen.
So who you came here with your parents or by yourself?
I came here by myself. Well, actually, I came
Okay.
here with my parents when I was 5. So,
Wait a minute now. So they brought you in from Nigeria when you was 5?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So why'd y'all
All right,
come?
what's your thoughts on the prompt?
Oh,
Why
go.
did
I'm
I
sorry.
come?
No, read the prompt. Read the prompt. He wants you to read the
No,
prompt.
I mean you can ask the question, then she can get to the prompt.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what brought y'all here.
So, I mean, I feel like what brings most people to a place where there are more opportunities is just, to have those opportunities. So, I mean, I was a child when I came, but I'm glad I was brought here by my parents. So,
Why are you? Let me ask you. In your heart, right? What is the flag closest to your heart? The Nigerian flag or the American flag?
um, I believe they're equally close.
No, one is gonna supersede. There's no such thing as 50-50
Why?
because your heart is gonna be closer to one more than the other. Now you might appreciate the American flag, right? But if the truth is told, Nigeria, the country and your homeland is more dear to you than America. America gives you what your homeland can't give you, right? So at the end of the
Wait,
day,
what can't my homeland give me?
what you getting here? Are you telling me you can get the same lifestyle in Nigeria that you're
Oh,
getting here?
absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
so then why would your parents come here for opportunities?
Well, for me to have a better access to education
W- w-
and better, and you're talking about lifestyle is not the same as education. Like there are
But
people in
but
Nigeria that are very wealthy, living very well, but they're not
but that,
educated.
but you said a better. They brought you for a better
I said
education.
opportunities,
Okay,
opportunities.
so listen, if better means it's better than your homeland,
Well, let me correct that because they have
okay,
schools in Nigeria that are honestly better than a lot of the public schools here.
That's not true.
How do you know that? Did you go to school there?
Hold
Yes,
on a second,
because
ma'am.
because
If that's the case,
we've
then
done
why does your
research.
Well,
if that's
okay,
the
okay.
case,
So,
then
so
why does your family
okay.
bring you
So,
here? If they
so,
have better
so
schools
I,
there,
so,
Hey,
so,
what's
hold
hold
on.
wrong
on,
with you?
Ogie, listen, calm down.
I'm calm. What are you talking about? You
You get,
calm down. Don't
get
tell me to calm
we
down.
are calm.
You,
Listen,
You do
you
need to
calm
calm
down.
down.
hold
Don't tell me to
on,
You
calm
definitely need to
down.
calm
hold
That's
down.
on.
Come
the
home.
host.
We're just trying to have a
One minute,
balanced
sister.
conversation. So
That's
Then don't
the
tell me to
host.
calm.
Hold on.
I know you're
Because
getting
I
hyped
have
for
some
no
questions.
reason.
Not hype.
So, what was a better opportunity? You said education, right? And then you said there was better education in Nigeria than some of the public schools here. So, your parents came
What?
here for handouts, right? Handouts, right? Because why couldn't they afford those better opportunities? Hold on. Why couldn't they afford those better schools
Stop
for you?
muting.
And no, 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 no.
Let me
Because
talk.
you
Hold
don't
on,
know.
Ogie. When she
Stop.
finished,
You're
when
crashing
she
out.
finished,
I
you
didn't
can
finish
You're
my
a
head.
crash out.
when
But in
she
real
finished,
life,
you
you
can
Let me
wouldn't scream
respond.
at me like that.
let
Your
me
mammy
talk.
wouldn't, your grandpappy wouldn't, and your daddy
With
wouldn't
your
talk to me like that in real life.
ghetto
In real life, okay.
ghetto
Your mammy's a hoe. You don't
you
know who
hoe
your
fuck
father is because Nigeria has the
ghetto
highest rate of paternity
ghetto
fraud.
dirty
So I'll be
nasty
ghetto, but
dirty
my
ghetto
children know who their daddy is.
nasty dirty
I know who my daddy is. And
ghetto
I know that y'all are in potty
hood
train. Got
rat
shit in the street.
hood rat.
And you wish you were equal to this hood rat. See how that works? That's all you can say because you know your parents came here for handouts. Period. If there's a better school in Nigeria, they couldn't afford it over there, but they had to come over here to afford something decent for your ass. Y'all got
now
handouts, ma'am, and that's fine. But you ain't gonna crash out on me when I know Nigeria has the highest rate of paternity fraud. Y'all are a bunch of clitless freaks.
Here's the problem. When they come over here and you drop knowledge on them, they crash out because they you tell them the truth. And it always happens every time somebody comes on this panel. Like they said, you hit a dog, it's gonna holler.
but see, then she says they brought me over here for a better. Better means it's better than where you came from. But
Correct.
this is why I ask these people, what is the flag dearest to your heart? And they won't be honest. They'll say their flag. So
Hmm.
America don't play second fiddle to nobody. So if you hear and you still loving your shit, then you probably need to go back to your shit since it's better. And there's people she talking about they got stuff, but they're not educated. But you're saying you're
I'm sorry.
so if they not educated and they're living better than you, then you need to go figure out how they got that shit being uneducated. Right?
Well, I agree with what you were asking. Like, if you came down here at the age of 5, why did your parents come down here? Like you said, if their education system was so better, if it was great up there where you were, why did you come down here? And like BS said, as soon as she said your parents came here for handouts, that's when she crashed out.
And the thing is this, you're crashing out on BX's soil, right? This is the
But she
crazy
also
part.
got upset when Real asked her that question. I don't know if you all could sense it, but she was starting to get irritated when he asked her, what flag is more dear to your heart? Why?
Right.
And then she went on and she answered through her behavior because she started trying to support Nigeria. And that's the thing that Americans need to think about. You let all these people over to this country, and if something goes down, they're going to be loyal to wherever they're from. And then she says that, I came here when I was hit 5 for the opportunities, but it's better over in my country. Oh, that, actually they have better. First it was the education over here. Then it's, the schools are better over there. So she was getting all caught up. That's why I was just sitting there letting her rip. And I wanted BX to just keep right on, finish with her comments. Because once she gets dropped and blocked, it doesn't matter because there's always people in the chat that want to hear the response. So go ahead, BX, if you want to.
I'm just saying, if there's better education over there, but they still wound up over here, it means they couldn't afford it in Nigeria, and somebody probably sponsored their asses to get over here. Or she's just a damn liar, right? And got tripped up in her lies, didn't expect anybody to really read between her lies. And now she's over there calling me all types of ghetto hood rats, but she still didn't answer if she knew who her daddy was. That's why she started.
So why did her people move to the ghetto? It don't make sense.
Right.
Hey, look, this is the question y'all got to start asking them, right? I believe with everything in me, not one immigrant, legal or illegal, is coming here to be a part of America. They're coming here to get what they can get from America, right? So their loyalty is really not to America. That's why I said one day the military is going to have to show its loyalty too, right? Because you have a lot of people of different ethnicities in different countries in our military, but they don't necessarily love America. They just love what America can get. Even if they go into the military, it's an opportunity for whatever they get out of that situation, not because they love wanting to protect America. So we got to make sure when you check these people, what is the flag dearest to your heart? And if they say their flag, then they're not here to be a part of America. They're here to get what they can get and steal and take from everything that we built. And that shit is serious. We need to really think about that. That's why I ask them, what is the flag closest to your heart? Because if you ask me, I'll tell you the red, black, and gold heritage, the red, white, and blue Juneteenth, the red, white, and blue American flag. I don't have no dual allegiance. My allegiance is to the soil where my ancestors at. So if you have dual allegiance, or just a fake dual allegiance, because your allegiance is really to your flag, right? And when the Mexicans are waving a flag on their soil, their loyalty is to Mexico, but they don't want to be in Mexico. And
Can I
everybody that
just
wave their flag. Go ahead, Ruth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say too, these organizations who is funding these people to come over here, we need to look into that too, because our tax dollars are going to these different organizations to have these people over here. And it is well known that when they do come over here as a refugee or whatever they claim to be, the organizations will tap into the resources of EBT, food stamps, getting their kids into school, and also other services as well that is owed to us. So we have to really look into these organizations and shut them down as well as Trump shut down the USAID. We need to shut down these little pockets of organizations all over the United States as well.
Some are made by them politicians that we could vote out come November. I think there's an election in June, if not mistaken. Whatever midterm election date, I bet you some of those politicians are attached to those organizations, and we could vote them out. It's always going to go back to voting somebody out for me.
I'll give you an example. Because like my family, well, my mom was from Mississippi, my dad's from Alabama. But I was born in Massachusetts, right? Massachusetts has the third largest Haitian population. And I promise you, BX, every city in Massachusetts has a Haitian coalition or a Hispanic coalition. You know what I'm saying? Or they have some other coalition attached to that. And they only deal with immigrants. They don't help out the American people. You're on your own.
Because I'm starting to see that in New York. Like we sat in on a town hall call by Yvette Clarke and Hakeem Jeffries. And they were sitting with Haitian clergy. and
Mm.
some of the Haitian nonprofit organizations were there. And the Haitian nonprofit organizations actually pushed for legislation to be done specifically for them. So I believe you, and I'm pretty sure, you know who might know? Foundational. He's very astute and has been looking into certain things. But when I get to really researching the nonprofit organizations, I'm guaranteed to find a lot just for Africa. And I know they got funding attached to it. The Haitians, I know the
Mm-hmm.
Hispanics probably got them. But
Oh
see,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
where, and I got to talk to my people, right? Especially in places like New York. I think, and my name is the gatekeeper, but for certain reasons, right? Like I'm not bootleg gatekeeping. I mean, hoodoo is closed, and I don't want to see nobody talking about it when a lot of companies in the room. We have our ancestors' language, and we know that's Tut and some other languages. So that's why I'm the gatekeeper. I'm gonna remind you that certain practices are closed, but I do believe that Black Americans gatekeep certain information from each other, and I don't just mean boule. I
Right.
really don't. And so and they don't do that with each other, right? They gatekeep from us, the immigrants, and then we have a sector of ours who won't even give free information. Just simple setup. You know, one or two might, but we have to kind of reevaluate the way that we've been doing things and
Mm.
kind of tweak them so that we could catch up a little bit more.
Right, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
look into it on, in the back end to find out what's going on. Like you said, these organizations and study these things and see who's running these people.
right.
Hmm.
And then you know what we got? An element of Pan-Africans who might have nonprofit organizations like in Cobra. Somebody brought that up in a debate they was having on a panel yesterday. It was a Pan-African room. I went in there and I was having the time of my life till they brought my family up. But anyway, the resource that this man was showing was from in Cobra. And I'm like, why would we believe your source, your Pan-African source, over our scholars who was for delineation? So then we also have the element of supposedly our lineage with the Pan-African ideals that's collaborating with the immigrant nonprofits that only specifically focus on the immigrants. So, whew, we got to tweak some things, y'all.
That's a lot, and that's dangerous too when you have the Pan African mixed up into that, because that's like blurred lines right there.
Yeah. Ron Daniels comes to mind. The
Yeah.
Urban League, NAACP, and then they all want to call our ancestors African immigrants and stuff.
What is that
Yeah.
woman that's up there in New York that I can't remember her name. She's the president of WNACP up there, I think, in New York. Is that correct?
I was thinking about the one in North Carolina, but I
Oh
believe the
no,
one,
is she in North Carolina? She had that turban on her head.
yeah, and her name is something C. Mack, and she said shortly after Man Dummy, that's what I call him, said that New York was built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, will remain powered by immigrants. She
Right.
came out a little while later and said African immigrants who were enslaved built this nation. Her name is C. Mack. I'm not sure what the C stands for at this time, but her name is definitely C. Mack, M-A-C-K, and she's from North Carolina. New York does have its own chapter, if not mistaken, but she's an elder who was standing outside with Mayor Adams during one press conference, and I was so horrified because I was saying, why would he use the elders for this? Even though the elder probably, they kind of feisty and whatnot. But I just don't think that he should get the elders mixed up in his mess, especially when the city was upset and screaming at him. Even though she's in NAACP, she's a little old lady, 90-something years old. Why do you drag her out there? But anyway, I believe she is the over a chapter of the NAACP in New York. I just don't remember her name.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
BX, hey,
Yeah.
how y'all doing, bro?
I'm fine. How are you, Miss Cheryl?
I'm all right. Let me ask you a question. Like, when we get these tethers out of office, will that get rid of the Haitian caucus and the, African caucus and all of that? Will all of that disappear?
I'm not sure if it'll disappear. There'll always be somebody ready to take their spot. But listen to this. Maxine Waters and Ayanna Presley are on the Caribbean caucus, right? So you don't necessarily have to be Caribbean or Haitian to be on their caucus, but the bills they design are for their for those specific ethnic groups, right? So everybody is saying, yes, you should try to run for office, and we're telling everybody else, y'all should run for office. Now, the caucuses may very well stay up there, but if we get in office and we get on one of them caucuses, we gonna make sure our people aren't either, how can I say it? Anything for us isn't appropriated, and anything for them won't be specifically for them. It's got to have some limitations. So we
Yes.
got to get in office so that we could do the same thing they're doing, except I know we're going to be more fair than they were. Go ahead, Real.
Yeah, I was just saying, if you're not in the seat, then getting these people out the paint is going to be very difficult. And I want to remind us that this is not a quick fix. It took decades to get to where we are. It's not going to take us decades to fix it, but it's going to take a minute. But long as if we're not 51% controlling our country, then others are going to control it. The people that are in the seats are the same people. If I ask what's the flag dearest to their heart, or when I find out where they're from, some will say America, but I know they're lying. Everybody in our Congress on the federal level are immigrants, majority. Everybody in our government on the local level, the state level, is mostly immigrants. Everybody on the local level is immigrants, along with wheat thins, which is these are the Negroes who go into office with these people to keep us from achieving what we want. So if we're going to change this, we have to really look at getting these seats. And it's going to be difficult to do Democrat because you got to sell your soul. But we got to get a seat that's going to go against those people. Nobody send runs for some of these things on a local level. Some people win because they ain't got nobody running against them, right? So at the end of the day, we have to really focus between now and 2028, while Trump is in office, of getting our asses in those seats, because we have to make decisions that benefits us first, our country, and then those who want to get something, you'll get the crumbs that we used to get, but you still should be okay, because we're not going to do you like you did us. Right? But we must control our own country. No other country does it. There's no other country where the people from the soil are not the governing people. So for next phase, we got Trump. He bought it. He stopped these motherfuckers coming in. Done. Check it off. Second one, we got to make sure we keep the hill, because if Democrats get the hill, they ain't gonna let Trump do nothing that's really benefiting us. So we can't sit around. We can't sit down. We got to go out and make sure that we keep the hill the way that it is today, or even more of his people. I don't give a shit. These are the pawns that we have to use. This is what's in line to be used right now. That don't mean it's going to be always, but you got to use what you got to get what you want. And right now, we don't have people in the office fighting for us. So we got to use those pawns to move and make sure we get closer to checkmate at the end of the day. Right? So we got some work to do, but we got to get in these seats, man. Can't have these people in your seats. You see how that's working for us? It's not.
Rob, thank you for allowing me up. But yeah, you're absolutely right in everything that you're saying. And that lady trying to call BX that word, that's basically what she was acting like. I mean, she illustrated it as a clear example. She knows nothing about BX. I just found out she's a journalist. And by the way, that New York mayor, in case I'm sure everybody here already knows it, had to retract the statement saying immigrants built this country. And I heard that BX said that she was the one that had sent out lots of mass emails. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that made a huge difference, because she was sending out emails saying that he needed to be recalled, I think. She's here to speak
No,
for
I
herself.
just wanted a retraction. I'm still pushing
Okay,
the
I'm sorry.
emails because it was not on the main. Now, he disrespected the ancestors on the main stage, right? Everybody heard that, but how many people saw that podcast? I'm not disparaging the podcaster. She's a youngly lovely lady. I checked her page. But the same way he disrespected our ancestors on the main stage, he's got to correct it on the main stage, right? The apology has to be on the main stage. And he has to understand that we are Black Americans, because he's saying Black New Yorkers. And he said should be included too. What the fuck is included too? We built this nation.
Right. And could you go
So he got
over a
some work to
little
do.
bit further? BX, could you explain?
Y'all
Okay,
helped
so I know he
helped
said
to
it on the
build the nation.
world stage, and then you You're saying now that when he came back and made the correction, he made it on somebody's podcast. Is that what happened?
But she has a TikTok page. She has a podcast. She's a lovely young lady, right? She goes throughout the city and stuff, does events, but she not main stage, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. And so I just wanted to say that's a start because I heard somebody saying
Yeah.
something, they apologize. But one thing I want us to be careful to do is when somebody goes out and do work, I don't care who it is. I'm not saying it about because BX, I do love what she does. But when somebody goes out and does the work that you're not willing to do, don't let the first thing come out of your mouth be, oh, yeah, but you should have done this and you should have done that. But you haven't done anything. That person went out and did the work. So let's not ruin that moment of celebration, which is what I felt like happened that day. We should have been like saying, wow, whoa, that's wonderful, and had a discussion about that because that was a great thing. Then we can move on and say, okay, and you know what? The next step of this is we need to do this, that, and the other. But don't come out complaining when you haven't done anything. That's just not cool. And that's just, a teaching moment. I'm going to go ahead and drop, and thank you all for allowing me up. You can drop me, host.
Okay.
And you, Tisha.
FBA facts. You haven't said anything. How are you?
Yeah, how you doing? How's everybody tonight?
Good.
I'm just up here and everything, and I'm gonna go ahead and do this prompt. Why are Africans begging Black Americans to be African? Because Africans, when they look at a Black American, all they see is money, opportunity, better life, and then the question goes through their mind. Or should I say, the answer to the question is they want to take it. They want to take our place and smile in our face. Ain't that what they doing? Right. Also, melanated immigrants, please explain how FBA is a hate group. FBA is not a hate group. What it is, Africans hate, or excuse me, TikTok shop, I love you, whatever. Africans, they are the ones who ate FBA Black Americans because we are who they wish to be. What they fail to realize is that they are the embarrassment of the earth. Okay, let's be real with this. How in the world can you come from a bloodline of slave sellers and then your children grow up and sell their souls to go over there to the other side with the people that your ancestors sold into slavery? And then they want to be them and live like them and trade places with them. They are the embarrassment of the world. Peasantry on steroids is what they are. And they don't even realize it. Or should I say they do? But there's nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it. And as far as being here in America, if they know like I know, they would just go ahead and pack up and self-deport. They need to, because it's going to be a lot of massive changes right here in America. I live right down the street from a military base. I'm telling you, America is not going to never be the same for them to come over here and take and grab up and snatch up benefits and opportunities like it used to. You know, the immigration is a new law that's about to be in effect, whereas though for now on, if you come over here on a HB1 visa, you're not going to be able to stay as long as you used to could. You're only going to be able to stay for like 6 months to 8 months, and then you got to go back home. And if you like to come again, you can reapply. So ain't going to be no, you going to come up in here and lay back and chillax and chill out. No, that's over with. That's over with. And these people are scrambling. They are scrambling. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. And that's why they're giving us the problems that they are giving us. But if they knew better, they would try to be our friend. But it's too late for that. It's too late for that. They can't save face now. They can't do that. It's over. Game over. I'm out.
Thank you. So I looked up, there's no uncontested seats in New York State or City. However, the Bronx has the Afro-Latino, Richie Torres, who is also on the damn Congressional Black Caucus for New York, right? He's on some type of Black Caucus in New York. So you got to collect signatures from a petition. So this is what I wanted to tell everybody in the room. As Real was saying, aka Cool Water, aka Unk, we can get them out of office, right? But now we got to get us strategically placed in these seats. So I would ask everybody, please, just look up what it would take to get your name on a ballot in your city or state. Okay, we got to manifest some stuff, and manifestation starts with action. So just put some stuff into action, and you never know. It may not be for you, but guess what? Your niece, your cousin, your brother, your sister, hell, even your mother, your granny, somebody you know might be like, I wonder if I could do that job. And you be like, look, I got the information. Like, we got to start doing something, y'all, instead of just talking about it. That's all I'm trying to say. So look up what it would take, and I would have to do this by April of 2026 to be on, I think it's June's ballot. So y'all go ahead and check your states and your cities for how you could get your name on the ballot. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes, it's very important.
Yeah, thank you. And Cool Water dropped. Where he went? Thank you, Roxy. Thank you, Mila. Mm-hmm.
Yep, Miss Cheryl.
Michelle will be back there watching Everybody Loves Raymond.
No, I'm sorry. Look, I just got out the shower and stuff, listening to y'all.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go back on silent. I'm listening.
Okay, cool.
Phantom, see, shout out to Phantom who walks. He says he's on it right now in Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Yep. So let me see this prompt, right? Why are Africans begging Black Americans to be African? So they can have a way to latch on to our culture. They're not evolving theirs. They don't get no hype, no shine, unless we stamp it, right? So we do know we basically run cancel culture. You know that, right? So, like Burna Boy, he wasn't selling out no shows. Tyler didn't even sell out a lot of her last streaming. I haven't even heard anything from her after she only sold 3,000 copies. So without us, they don't pop. Essence Fest, that declined quickly, and we're like, oh, we won't even revive it. Like, we're going to just do our own thing. So I hope people are really getting together in work groups, and we need something cultural for us, y'all. Okay, FBA, Solon, Black American, however you identify. We could say of the lineage cultural event, something like that. So I ain't gonna give y'all all my ideas, but just run with it. Damn. Also, melanated immigrants, please explain how. I ain't a melanated immigrant. But I got to tell you, the moment we started telling the diaspora no, is when we became the HATE group.
Yeah. And it's an everyday thing since then.
And can y'all imagine if this is say that they had America, the melanated immigrants had America, they would be fighting each other. It'd be tribal like it is over there in Africa. Then they'd be fighting the Caribbeans. I mean, it would be pure hell. These people, these YT people over here will go absolutely bonkers. I mean, it would be Pure hell.
I gotta tell you what, it would look like a third world country, right? Because New York,
Yes.
for as big as it is, and as many, as they said, we got all these rodents and stuff, and we only was number 3 on the list, right? Chicago was number 1 as of October 2023. I just have to put that out there. But anyway, it's starting to look really, really bad. The sanitation needs to be picked up. People aren't paying attention to the pet signs, meaning clean up after your pet. So even one of the most cleanest places in the North, which would be the North Bronx, right? In the Bronx, I went up there, there's African establishments where Jamaican establishments used to be. Had me feeling kind of bad for the Jamaicans because I said, oh shit done changed. And it's dirty. So I think anywhere these new immigrants come to, it's bound to be some dirt. It's bound to just go down. It's bound to start looking like a third world nation. So the North Bronx isn't as clean as it used to be, and I'm horrified by it. I don't even understand I didn't grow up with Africans. They wasn't in like my friend group. They didn't go to school with us. They ain't spend the night at our house. They didn't even spend the night at my house when I was raising my children. I just didn't know where they lived, but I knew where their businesses were. But now their businesses are expanding into parts that should be nice, safe, and clean. But I surmise if we got rid of all the immigrants, right, the people who don't care about their homeland, ours would improve greatly. You know, that hood, even though everybody don't live in the hood that they be talking about, it be them adding to the dirt and stuff. They getting on my nerves, y'all.
So that means y'all gonna stop the crime.
What is your ethnic group before talking to me?
Like, that's what I don't
That's
understand.
Somali.
Oh, he's Somali. So let me say something. No, go on mute, because I think I
Why
got
would
that.
I be on mute though? Because I came to ask you a question.
Yeah, but hold on.
No, you didn't come to ask me shit.
I got a question for
Hold
you.
on. Are you Somali, sir?
Oh, I muted him.
Well, maybe get your mods so I can answer your
Are
question.
you Somali?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you very
Good,
much
mute
sound
up.
like it.
Yes, I am.
Now hold
But
on.
anyways,
You can speak. Hold on. I will allow you to respond when she finish. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so they don't really care about their homelands, right? They come here, they get in our government, they fraud us. So we know that the Somalis, they Haitians, right? They did fraud the government in modern day times, right? And we do know some places that the Africans go, right? Start looking like third world nations. The North Bronx is a prime example of that. And I'm just tired of them. But it ain't limited to only the Africans. Them off-brand Latinos, not the Puerto Ricans or the Dominicans, but like the Ecuadorians, San Salvadorians, the Nicaraguans, and all of that. Got the South Bronx over by the 6 train looking like a third world flea market and shit. And I'm just wondering where the cost is at, because when Black Americans used to do their vending, we were harassed to make sure we have vendors licenses, right?
And also, quickly,
maybe
I'm not supposed to be up here. I didn't mean to come up, but since I am up, he did say he's from Somali. I think the last time I looked them up, they had under live 600,000 people. So I'm going to go and Google it. If I do it from the live, it'll cause echo on the live, and it sounds like you're recording. So I'm just going to go and do that. But yeah, you talking about crime rates, sir? I think you better look at yours first. I'm going to drop. And I'll do the research
that's
on
what
it.
we do. That's what we do.
That's what you want to do is crime.
Whoever acts up, let me speak, right? Because I've listened to her. I don't know. You just jumped in talking about 600,000.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Crime. Have a good one.
Well, congratulations. That's what we do. Like,
To worry about why
I'm not
you
gonna
are
argue
boring
with you about that. I'm not gonna argue about crime and shit. We came from crime. Like, why are you arguing with me about crimes and stuff? I commit crime every fucking day. I'm not worried about y'all. But anyways, let me answer the topic, right? Let me answer. Why are African begging Black Americans to be
One minute. I just want to make sure FBA Facts is all right. Are you okay, FBA Facts? Okay, she's muted now.
Okay. Why are Africans begging Black Americans to be Africans? Also, mentality immigrants, please explain how FBA is a hate group. Black Americans stand for mass deportations.
What?
Yeah.
That
You said
mentality,
what? Mentality. Yeah, my bad. I'm reading fast. My bad. To be honest, those Africans are goofies. Whoever are begging somebody to become somebody, they goofies to me. Shit, it's not like motherfuckers are paying rent for you. It's not like ain't nobody worried about if you are a person that came from Africa and you arguing with another black person talking about they're not black or they're Africans or whatever, or you want to be part of them, motherfucker, you weird. That's why I myself as an African don't fuck with Africa. If you're not East Africa, we don't fuck with them. That's facts, because they don't even look African. Motherfuckers came from probably from fucking monkeys and shit with fat nose, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Yes, and I've seen a lot of them up on panels and bullshit talking about the slavery when they came here. You motherfuckers came from us. Not really. I can tell the difference between a West African or any African between Black Americans. That's fucked up. Like I said, I don't know about history. I don't believe in history. I don't believe what white man written down on the book talking about people came from ship and all that. I don't believe that bullshit. I believe what I believe. I grew up in the 2005, born down there, so whatever. I don't even believe 9/11 happened. I don't care. I wasn't born that time. So anything that has to do with my time, I don't believe it because I don't trust histories or whatever. But how is the FBA a hate group? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. By the way, I've been listening and seeing things. It is whatchamacallit, he got it. It's inside the other room. My bad. But it is a hate group. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like it is to me. Like I said, I'm not saying
Okay,
every
so
FBA.
you have to hold on. You have to explain how.
Okay, so like I said, I'm not saying every FBA person or whatever have a hate. You know,
Okay, so
I'm saying a lot of panels by the experience I had.
What have Black Americans done to any of these melanated groups?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, absolutely nothing. You're right. I mean, I don't even think Africans in America be fucking with Black
If you
Americans.
calm down, Jay, you can hear. If you equate it to a HATE group, you need to describe what is a HAT group.
I mean, like I said, I talk about my own personal experience. By the time certain people I heard about their life, yes, they talk about like, yeah, this person is a junkie African. They talk about Africans like they're not a human beings. You know what I mean?
You just did that.
Well, yeah, because they are.
But hold on.
He's
So
a
it's
hypocrite.
hold on.
But I'm African myself, so that means
okay,
I'm
hold on, JJ,
also.
hold on. So it's saying things about people HATE?
No.
Who? You said what? My bad, I couldn't. Like you cut off.
I said it's saying things to different groups of people, like saying that we aren't the same people. We're our own different.
I mean, no.
ethnic group.
I mean, me personally, like, no person can ever come up to me and tell me where's my family came from. There, my own family tree. You know, like
Hold on, I don't want you to get away from the HATE group that you said. I want you to explain how, because you said
let me explain.
that we are, so I need you to explain.
I mean, you guys are though. I'm keeping it in the book.
Okay, so you need to.
You guys are. Okay, so why I'm saying this type of thing is y'all all sit down on TikTok and start writing the fucking pig orange man that's sitting down on our chair, controlling our the whole country. As soon as he been elected, y'all been fucking, and he started doing this immigration, like this and that, ICE and shit. Y'all all sitting down on TikTok talking about, yeah, look what Trump said, this and that.
That's not a HATE.
That's basically me personally. I call that dick wadding. I call that shit dick wadding.
Well, say that. You said that is HATE.
It is also a HAT, because if you sitting down talking about people, like talking about you call the West Africans bushmeat eaters. That's literally like, yeah. Like, why in the world are you calling
Them
somebody?
Gerairs. Which
You
one is
That
also
has
Nigerian?
nothing to
Which
do
one is
with
Victoria?
anything.
Let me
we
add,
call
so JJ, hold on.
we call them jitters
Hold
because
on,
they are
JJ.
jitters. Like, what you
JJ, do they
He's sitting here
consider?
talking about what we said,
Yeah,
and
but I
that's
want
not
to.
even what the collective even thinks. So
But do those people do some of those people on the continent consume bushmeat?
I don't know. I call them
I
jitters, so I
mean,
don't know what they be doing, that voodoo shit and all that.
I think that if you're saying that a certain group of people are HATE group for saying certain things, that is true. I
Not
think
really.
that you don't have a
Not
basis
really.
to say that.
Not
So,
really.
but
Not really.
no, I mean, well, what you
When you
should do is look up if it's
okay,
people.
what about you
Hold on,
telling
wait a minute. You should look up if it's people in different countries on the continent that consume bushmeat.
what about you telling
Hey, no, hold
somebody?
on. It's no what about. You said you don't know.
Yeah, I
So
don't know.
if
I
it's
don't eat
true,
bushmeat.
hold on, wait a minute.
I'm not
If
West
it's
African.
wait, okay, wait a minute. If it's true, how is that HATE?
Because when you are having when you literally cussing out somebody about their culture and stuff, you basically throwing HAT at their
How?
culture. It's
If
like me
it's
saying
true,
it's like
if
okay, so
it's true,
it's like
if
okay, so
it's
it's like
true, how is it that?
okay, so what if I say all Black Americans commit crime and they blow each other all day long
You
and shit?
just
Nobody
came
said
up
all.
here.
What if I
Hold
said that
on,
part?
hold on. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I want to talk to the host. Remember when he first came up here and I was talking and he was like, "Well, what y'all gonna do about the crime?" But I wouldn't let him finish. He
Yeah, I
came up
didn't.
here on some HATE stuff, on some BIGOTED
But it's facts.
stuff.
You said
And so
the
here's
host,
the issue. Here's the issue. We know that they do eat bushmeat, and we know this because they tried to smuggle it in the country.
and we
They tried to
you,
smuggle bushmeat in the country.
duh.
also know a lot of rappers
And
die
then
for
he
job
sit here
cannot
and
And
he
the
make
rappers
these.
aren't truly foundational Black Americans, sir. Do
and a
you know
lot
their
okay
ethnic
and
background,
okay
background?
how
then
when
if
Reggie,
you
the
bring up the
co-host is talking.
statistics, the crime statistics here in
go to
Minnesota,
Chicago, why do I have to
all you have to do is bring up the crime statistics here in Minnesota. It's going to point directly to him.
not really. That's what they put you in their head. And mind you, the crimes that we even committed in Minnesota, right? It's not even half of us that done it. The same way how they talking about we stole over $6 billion,
You
but
did.
yeah, we did, but because
You
you
know,
broke
these handlers that pay these bots to come over
yeah,
here and
that's
disrupt
the
our
issue.
room
No,
need to
that's the
train
issue.
them
Listen, we
better.
don't
That's
even
the
talk
issue.
Y'all
about
need
the
to
great
train
Okay,
them
that
better.
goes on in their
what have an
community. They got a
African
whole
person?
bunch of
What have an
young boys
African
running
person?
around raping
What did
their
an
women.
African? What did an African person
hmm
did to you? And
I
why the
can't
fuck are
wait
you?
till Minnesota bring the news out about it.
Man, come to Minnesota. I'll welcome you in. I'll show you all around it.
That ain't your that ain't
This
your
is my
state.
state. What is you
I'll show you
talking
all
about?
around it,
Right.
Shorty. I'll
You
show
the
you. I'll
fucking
take your ass
you.
from
Hey,
St. Paul all the way down
you're
to
the
Duluth. I'll
guest.
show you
You're the
all the way.
guest. You're the guest.
Nah,
What?
you're
What?
the guest,
JJ,
actually.
can I ask you a
No,
question?
actually, it's
You're
you.
the
That's
guest,
why you're
actually.
being
You're the go.
TPS'd.
You're actually the guest, not
He
me.
being,
JJ,
look, they being
You're the
deported. He
actual
talking
little
about I'm
guest.
the guest.
I'm not the one
JJ.
that's walking around with the
I'm
wig
about to
on,
call
not
ICE
me.
on your ass right now. Let me
I send you my address. Let's see what I was gonna
do it
do to
right
you.
now so
On
I
my
can
mother,
call.
so I do it. What the fuck?
Send it.
You
JJ.
I'm about to call ICE. What is it?
go ahead, call ICE.
Give
Let's
me
see.
the address,
On my
motherfucker.
mom's, on my mom's soul, I will. What the fuck? Go
It's
ahead.
Hoya Soul. Hoya
Six,
Soul. On Hoya Soul.
on my mother.
On Hoya.
632 Ferriton Street, St. Paul, Minnesota,
That
55104.
ain't your fucking address,
I swear
man.
to God, on my mother's soul, it
Okay,
is.
say it
On my
slow. What is it?
Jay.
wallahi,
JJ.
or billahi, it is.
He told us
Lord, Lord have mercy.
he's
They
supposed to be
here.
praying. He on this
632
stage.
632 FARRINGTON, St. Paul, Minnesota,
Why do
55.
Africans smell like must?
And your ass
I
smell
hope
like a
everybody
threat.
got
That's what
that
you
I'm
and
just
is.
send
asking a
ICE.
question. Y'all
And
smell
you
like
ugly as shit. You
onions.
look like West African. I don't know why you claiming Black
Send
American.
ICE.
I'm
Fat.
sorry,
Shut
brother.
up.
I'm
Are you
listen.
Shut up. I
You
don't
serious?
see
want
how
I
to
they
hear
seen
it.
use
Why
that
do
as
y'all
an
somebody
Your ass look
smell
insult?
like
look
so
one of
like
those
musty?
motherfuckers in the
Y'all see
picture.
I
how he
could go
used
take
that
a
as an
I go
insult?
take a picture of
Girl, I'm not
somebody and
worried
look
about
just
your
like
ass.
him.
I'm not worried about.
But y'all
I
see
can
how he
come.
used looking like an African as an insult?
Yeah. Hey, look.
I'm
The
not
white
one of
tea
them.
people, the white tea people is here talking about the Somalians being inbred, and
Yeah, the
they
white
call.
tea. Get that white dick out your mouth, shorty. Get that white dick out your mouth.
Hey Jay,
Yeah, dick
they
riding
sit
white
here talking
people.
about y'all got light bulb heads. They roasting the shit out of y'all. Oh Lord.
I mean, they all incest. I mean, that's how they all look alike.
They
And
say
can
they inbred it.
Yeah,
They
does
say
your
they
hair
incest.
got
grow?
extremely low IQs. You gotta
Does your hair
see
grow?
this.
So you trying to tell me a low IQ people scammed the government over 5 billion? Congratulations, what a government, right? What a government shit.
So,
Well, I
are you
think
saying
the
that makes
attorney
your
I'm
general,
IQ
accepted. I'm
smart?
accepted. My IQ is what 40. I'm gonna
attorney
say my IQ
generals.
is
No, no,
40.
you didn't do it by yourself. Do you know who Amy Bach is?
I don't know who Amy Buck is because I don't dick white
Do
people.
you know how easy it is to scam? I don't
Did
get
you
it. You
know?
think it's a flat?
Tell
Wait,
Ilhan Omar
Mr.
she stole the
Patchwork.
$9
I
million.
want to say
She
something.
did. And what about it?
They had
What's it gonna
a
do to
Blue
her?
Cross and Blue Shield video, like a 1, 2, 3 video, like a bullet, like a video for dummies, right? To show them how in cartoon how to open up a daycare. That's why they spelled Learning Center.
Yeah, or maybe there's a learning center in St. Paul. Or maybe you can search
Leering.
it up.
Yeah,
You
you
can
can't
search it up.
justify that.
Hey man, if you trying to tell me dumbasses people stole $9 billion from
I
your
mean,
government, it looks like your government is the dumbass one, not
They are
us.
some dumbasses. That's why
Okay,
they going to jail.
congratulations. At
Tim
least we have
Walls.
agreement. At
Is
Look,
you
least we have
cool?
let
agreement.
me
You
At
tell
don't
least
know
you.
how they
I'm gonna
work?
tell you who going to jail. Ilhan.
and I don't think so.
Tim Walls.
I don't think
And
like
oh,
I
those
don't
the
think.
are
attorney general, he
bad
risked
punishment.
his career for some campaign funds. These motherfuckers is stupid.
But you
They
think
said
Mike
they
Cousin
got
is gonna go to
36
fucking
whistleblowers.
Mike?
I
They
bet you
can't
it's
be
their
that
own
smart. They
people.
got caught.
I bet it's their own people snitching.
My cousin ain't
36.
going to jail, sweetheart. She ain't going to jail. That's my blood cousin, and she ain't going to jail.
She definitely getting up out of here.
I guess we gonna see about it. We gonna see.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna see. Let's see. Cause look at it, right? Don't be a dick riding ass people. Cause as soon as a white man sit down and start saying things, y'all want to be behind the white man. I mean, I understand.
What do you
Once
think
a man,
y'all doing?
once well, I
You
don't
got
sit down
listen,
behind a white man.
let me say Ilhan, she's supposed to be Muslim, right? She out there talking about abortion rights. You sick ass bitch. Not only that, she
I
done
Right.
agree
been
with her,
married
and I
how
agree
many
with her.
times?
Let
How
y'all
many
hoe
times has
ass
she been
bitches
married?
be out.
Hold on, let her finish. You can respond when she's
Yeah.
done, man.
He done. Tim Walsh is done. They all done. They all some crooks. And they use the Somali community to do it.
Okay, what about what you call it? What about your own
It's so
president?
funny watching
What
that
about your own
lady
president
when
though?
they told her she got 25 years. The lady, she just said, "Oh no, I did not steal it. I
Yeah, you
swear."
think she got an
Oh,
accent? No,
oh,
she don't.
what?
She
All of y'all
actually.
got accents, even you. Hot.
Fresh.
And guess what? I got. And guess what? I got.
Was
And
that
guess
when
what?
the lady was saying, just send me back to Somalia?
And guess what? I got your wig. Now grow your hair. Fuck wrong with you,
I
shorty?
mean,
Is
why
that
you doing
what
this in
fresh?
personal
He
Is
talking
that
about
text?
shorty.
Hold
is
on,
that
why you
what the lady that
JJ? Why
got
you doing personal
sentenced?
text?
Hold on.
Why you doing personal attacks? Because she said something you didn't like.
Or maybe she can stop dick riding people that don't even know
But
her.
she didn't say anything personal to
She
you.
is. She is.
She said something you didn't like.
He just
Yeah, I don't
mad
fuck
because
with
they
her.
under attack right now.
You mad because I'm living life, and you're not.
Yeah,
You
you
mad
hiding
because
from ICE.
What would your life be like
He
in
living
Somalia?
life.
you
What
mad
would your
You
because
life be
heard
like
that
in
bar,
Exactly.
Somalia?
D? That was a
what does
whole
my life
bar.
be like? What?
In Somalia.
Hiding for ICE.
To be
Exactly.
honest, I have no idea
He'd be
because I
a
was
goat
born here.
herder.
Maybe
Yeah, you're a refugee.
I'm a
Yeah, Mr.
refugee.
Patch, they do have goat
What
holders in
about you? What
Somalia.
about you though?
I'm a
What
black
about you?
American. I'm
Because
not
I
a
swear,
refugee.
because I swear to God, a few nights ago, I know this one
I'm
African
a
that was
black
claiming to be.
American. I'm not a
Shut
refugee.
up.
Okay, so what is your ethnic group?
90% of his
What is
community
your
on
ethnic group?
welfare.
What
You
is your
ain't gonna have
ethnic
this
group?
shit.
Since y'all know about your
They sit here
culture,
crying talking about they need
you know what? Since you know
reparations.
about your culture and your own people,
Can I, JJ,
what
what y'all
language
asking
we
for
got speak?
reparations for?
What?
What y'all asking for reparations for?
Oh
All the
shit, we got
boats
to be
that
on
they done
top of the
stole.
top. I got okay. So I have actually one legit question. Right, I have one legit question. You know what?
JJ.
Here, let me
Why
ask you one.
are they
I'm okay.
asking
I'm
for
gonna answer for you.
reparations?
I'm gonna answer for you. Just give me.
Hurry
Let,
up.
let me stop trolling.
JJ,
Right. Let me
why do
actually. Let me
Somalians eat
actually. Y'all
bananas
gonna
with their
stop trolling.
feet?
I'm gonna stop trolling. All right. Let me ask y'all one question. Right.
Hurry
One
up.
question. One simple question. Right. I don't know who's asking for reparation or whatever, but that's on them. Whoever is a
It's
dumbass.
your community.
Well, that's I don't give a fuck. You making it seem like
Mm,
I care.
It's your
I live
cousin.
you
my own
should.
life. I live my
It's
own life.
Ilhan.
Well, Ilhan Omar is my own cousin, and I stand with her 10 toes. If she wants that, I stand with her.
Mm.
Like, come on. But anyways, I got a question, right? You know
You
what?
know we getting her ass
You
up
know
out
what?
of here.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna accept, right? I'm gonna accept whatever y'all say about
You know
my
she
opinion.
getting up out of here, right?
It's fine. And guess what? I
She
still
got
got.
to go.
I don't worry. I
This
still got
bitch
the.
is a whole Muslim talking about abortion rights. What is
I'm.
going?
I ain't gonna lie to you. My mom low key called her that night when she
I
was
bet
talking about that, and she was like, "You fucked up."
she sure did.
Yeah, but
That don't
anyways,
look good at
you
all.
don't know him, LOL. I got her phone number.
Did your
I can
mom
let you
kiss
Call that
her?
call her.
bitch. Let me talk to her.
But I ain't gonna lie to you. You should, cause she finna be in Minneapolis on the 23rd.
I don't care. She just know I do. Hey, it's a wrap for her. So do you know they already kicked her off the foreign committee?
That's
The
what I'm saying.
Congress is next.
Anyways, now I have a question for you, right? You know what? I'm gonna accept it. No, let me answer this question. Don't feel personal, right? The same
Uh-huh.
way. You know what? I'm gonna accept everything you say, right?
Hurry up.
Yes.
God damn it.
So my question is, what about the people that living in New Jersey that are
Mm-hmm.
not? Wait, you say you live in
Dumb
Minnesota, right?
question.
Mm-hmm.
Hold the fuck up! Don't. You're not involved in this convo. Me and her are having convo, Goofy.
You not even American. You're a
Shut
tether.
your ass up.
You ain't
You're
got
not even
no right to
American.
talk to
What the fuck
nobody
do
up
you do
here.
in the government? You're unknown.
You wanna
I'm
You're
be.
trying to
unknown, you
crash
goofy
out.
You
ass
wanna
kid.
be a black.
You want to be
You ain't
black. What the
us.
fuck am I?
You ain't us, brother. You are
I am.
incest. You are incest Arabian.
I gotta do something. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
You
This
are
is funny.
you are inbred Muslim.
This person trolling. He said he don't. He said he don't eat on Omar. This person trolling.
Who's trolling?
You talking about JJ?
Eat Omar's cousin. Some type of bullshit.
I mean, we knew that. I mean, this guy's from Somalia. I mean, he got a goat. This guy, he's not even a real person. He lives in a mud hut somewhere. He scams everybody. He calls people's grandmothers daily and tells them, "Hey, if you send us $1, we'll send you a check for 5,000." He one of them Somalians. He ain't no good. We ain't jacking him over here. You're a tether. Go back to Somaliland and go paint a goat and go praise to Allahu Akbar or whatever rock y'all pray to, and go do some dances with your neck while you eat beans and smoke cigarettes, JJ. And that's what y'all do over there. Y'all dance with y'all necks and smoke cigarettes. And you guys date your cousins. I don't understand it. It's disgusting. It's deplorable, actually. You should be ashamed of yourself. What God do you guys pray? I don't think you pray God. You pray Satan. Shaitan. That's what y'all call him, right? JJ, isn't it Ramadan? You shouldn't be cursing. You shouldn't be worried about Black Americans. You should be minding your business, JJ.
I'm gonna tell him. I'll tell you what he should be doing. He should have his magic carpet rolled out, and he should be somewhere in a mosque drinking camel urine.
Yeah, smacking his head on the ground.
And yeah, praising
Mm.
up
He
and
fled.
drinking that camel urine.
Yeah, he fled up out of here.
Yeah, his mom called him. She had another
Yeah.
call with Omar. They wanted to talk about all the ABs. abortions they wanted to have in America. But why do they want to be us so bad? I don't get it. How are we a hate group when we're just us? Like we're hated by everybody. It's just like you guys are coming over here on a boat. They're traveling. They're really pirates coming over here. Mad at us because we over here getting money, living life, loving life. And it's like so many people want to tether to Black Americans. Do y'all notice that? We got people in China, Asia, all over the globe. They want to emulate. It's unbelievable. And they got the nerve to talk bad about us. But all y'all want to be us. It's truly disheartening. How can we be a hate group when you all love us? Everybody. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
We only H group until they need us. When they need us, then everything is all good. And they like to have mock slave auctions and call us bullet bags, but then turn around and jack our swag and our style and our flavor. At least attempt to anyway, because they bad impersonators. Most of them are. Very few of them get away with it, just with a slither.
Yeah, that's true. They come here and they drop their culture and pretend to be a part of ours to the point that they argue with us about black, which is something that they aren't and they don't go by in their countries.
Yeah, historically, if we just speaking historically, none of them never identified as black, even all the way up until now today. Most Africans don't know what being black is until they get over here. Even MLK and many other people touched on that. Frederick Douglass touched on it. They don't know what it is to be black, especially not black in America.
Yep, not black at all. But, they come here and they say that that's how they get classified, but why do you accept it? Because if I go anywhere in the world, I'm not going to accept somebody classifying me as something I'm not.
Yeah, they don't want to be black, especially when it's time to be black. They always scream, I'm Dominican, I'm Cuban, I'm Guyanese, I'm Bantu, Nigerian. It's never, and that's why I don't trust them. You know what I'm saying? They want to be black when it's convenient, But it's like any other time, you separate yourself. So just stay over there. Like that's that fake phony shit. I don't like that. That's that weak, it's like timid shit. Like that's what white T people do. They do the timid shit where they smile in your face and they really trying to stab you in your back. That's how they move, like them, like smiling, acting like, yeah, brother, you're my brother. No, get your smelly onion, no deodorant wearing ass away from me. You stink. Y'all smell, they smell bad, man. I don't know if they can smell it or not, but y'all smell y'all smell like two musty ass gorillas wrestling in a box. That's how they smell, man. They don't even know that they stink like that, but they smell horrendous. For real, smell like two turtles is slapboxing in a sandbox. It's horrendous. It's like somebody didn't clean their fishbowl for 3 months. That's how they smell. I can only jack the ones who help our cause, honestly. Like Farrakhan, they said like his parents wasn't from here or whatever, but I'll jack him because he's all the way for the people. Like I'll jack him. Marcus
How?
Garvey.
Hold on. How exactly is Farrakhan for the people? And even you said Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, man. It was for the black man at the end of the day. They was, if you think about their message, it was all about self-sufficiency and getting our people together. So you gotta jack that. Like we gotta jack us doing for us.
1
That's what
minute.
they
Can I cut in here? Because when you talk about Marcus Garvey, there was many aspects to him, right? When he first came here, he asked the Jamaicans, how come you couldn't achieve what the Black Americans have? But when he started sitting around the likes of Walter Plecker and those guys, he started calling us lazy Negroes and all this other stuff. So you got to research all of Marcus Garvey, not just Pan-Africanism 101 Marcus Garvey.
Yeah,
That's all I want to interject.
Yeah, he wasn't what they say it is. Even my thing is with Farrakhan is he was against reparations. He was talking against reparations for black people and repair for black people. That's the only issue. Well, that's not the only issue, but that's one of the issues that I have with Farrakhan.
So
Yeah, I
now I
didn't know
gotta
that.
ask you when he said that because I think I want to say 2018. Wait a minute. He was supposed to go talk to the Brits about reparations, and that was in the mid 2000s. And at this, Obama was in office, so it was before 2015. And I remember because Obama wouldn't speak on reparations for us, or he said he wouldn't advocate for it, but then he gave like one of the Native American tribes one of the largest sums in reparations. So those two incidences that I just mentioned happened almost simultaneously. So I'm surprised to hear that Farrakhan spoke against reparations for us. Do you remember what year that was, Phantom?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, me
I
either.
want to say it was in between the late '90s and early 2000s when he was. The video is on YouTube, but he was kind of like yeah, he was saying something along. I'm just paraphrasing, but he was saying something along that we shouldn't be begging or asking nothing from the white man or something like that. He was saying.
That sounds like something he would say, right? So I'll look more into it. But you know what I noticed? I have a friend, right? And when we first started talking about reparations before the delineation movement got underway, she was one of those, well, what would we do with reparations anyway? What are we going to do? And I was like, why are we pocket watching? Not only that, so the rest of us are supposed to be penalized because because we can't say everybody's going to do the right thing with their reparations, right? But that's for them to decide and them to sit around, poverty again once they get the reparations if they blow it. But, once you start asking certain questions, making them think, why black people the only ones expected to do everything right? Nobody asked the natives would they do everything right with their reparations or require them to take this and do that, So sometimes people do have that outlook. I'm not excusing his statements at all. But I know that in the mid 2000s or around the time Obama came in, he kind of changed his tune. He was going to the Brits to find out about reparations. So that's all about Farrakhan. But you know why I like Farrakhan? And I know everybody has something to say about him. One day there was this old time white tea anchor, like an interview. And he was like, do you feel that you should give the small hats an apology? And Farrakhan was like, an apology for what? I was like, yeah, my nigga, he's the only one that I see who's melanated, because now I know he's Caribbean descent, right? Who really won't apologize to the small hats.
Okay,
Who's Caribbean BX?
I get it, BX. Listen,
Go
he
ahead.
do a lot of that, right? And I know he be battling with them small hats and stuff. But in terms of the Nation of Islam, they have their own mission. And I'm okay with that in a sense. But I feel like they've been around doing a lot of stuff and there's not a lot that came out of it. Now I know Gaddafi was supposed to send him some money on the behalf of us. I don't know if that was the right thing to do, because of him not being fully Black American. And then it's just I don't really see. Did you know that the Nation of Islam headquarters is in Chicago?
Yeah,
Yep.
and I found that out later on in life. Yeah.
They have a lot of
Yeah, I knew that.
it. So if you would think that your headquarters is in a place that you will be doing grassroots ground level work in that place.
They
I
actually do.
Okay, can you tell me about it, Patchwork?
Well, we actually have YouTube. You can Google it, right? You can look it up on YouTube. They do a lot of security work. They do a lot of community work in Chicago, actually.
It ain't good enough. They need to be pushing legislation, organizing, just like they do among themselves as a nation. You can't be a separate nation and say you advocating for me. I just don't see it. I just feel like because they have their own mission statement, they operate as a nation within themselves. We see things going on within them and who they align themselves with other Muslim people, regardless of race and social and political climates. But what are they doing?
I get you. And as far as I think the money from Gaddafi, somebody was like, wasn't that Muslim to Muslim? Meaning, yeah, Farrakhan would get the
This
money.
is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
that is because of that, which kind of puts us not at the forefront, and that's where my issue lies. Because from a lot of the teachings, like from not from like Malcolm X, because these are people I've heard from, and Khalid Muhammad, even though they're very Pan-African, they do have a message to. But I don't like none of it. I ain't gonna even lie. Even when I think about it, even if I try to make an excuse for it, I don't see no work that they really doing.
Is it the Muslim aspect that's more disheartening, you think?
They are
I
Muslim
don't know.
first.
I just feel like that's first, right?
Yeah, they
They
are a
put
Muslim
that
first group,
first.
and
Yeah.
that's one of my gripes with them. They're a Muslim first group, no matter what, and
Yeah.
that's one of my gripes is with them. And I think it was for Malcolm X. That's why he left.
Um, how's everybody doing? I'm gonna
Hey,
answer the
Good.
prompt,
what's up out
Hey,
there?
but
hot
Good.
tub.
I just want to go to what Fresh said. Now I feel you on what you're saying, Fresh, but they do a lot. They brought a whole 100 acres out here, and they are building up a black town that's open to black people, not just Muslims. But to your
Where
point, they
that's
do
at?
here in
Atlanta?
Georgia.
Oh,
Are you
in
Yeah,
Toombs
it's
where?
in
County,
Georgia.
Toombs County, Georgia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you got Ben X. He does financial seminars, so they advocate. They do, but to your point, it is primarily Muslim first. They don't. They not black first. They Muslim first, but they do work in the community for the community. Can they do more? Of course, but they got a lot going on.
But what did they
They
do
do a lot.
specifically for Black Americans?
And
I
that's
just
why,
told you.
because they Muslim first. That's why I keep saying that's my biggest gripe with them.
You
They
know,
don't do enough because
we've
they Muslim
actually had
first.
on. I'm sorry, fandom. What you say? I want to hear what you have to say.
No, I was just saying that's why I'm saying that's been my biggest gripe with them, that they're Muslim first. Look, I'm from the Chicago Garyland area, and they have did some stuff, but it's not enough. It ain't. And yes, they could be doing more, but the reason why they are not is by choice because they are Muslim first. That's why the majority of Black Americans in the Chicago Gary land area respect them to a certain degree, but don't really jive with them like that because we know they not for us. I'm just speaking truth to power now.
That's true. That's true. We
Their
kind
whole
of,
thing is they want to convert as many people as possible to
but
their
they shouldn't be
ideology.
doing that if it's
That's
about revolution and freedom.
but it's not. They're a religious organization.
Exactly. And
They're not a black
they
first
have this
organization.
do for self kind of thing, like bootstrapping, which I agree with too. But I think that because of that moniker or mission statement, I don't know where it's part of or where, I think it's probably part of their mission statement, but they got into it with a lot of ADOS and Freedmen organizations because of that do for self, not asking for that kind of thing, talking about bootstrapping. It was a real fallout because we had held a couple of spaces with Ben X. So Ben X, we got his contact information. We've been in conversations and debates with him for years now. So yeah.
Yeah, I
And
believe
Just like
that.
the
But
your
you
church
see
that
point is
people with a
fair.
exploit.
lot of this religion
They
stuff,
just
man, the
like the church
Christianity
that
and the Muslim
exploits
stuff.
people.
That's what
Your
I
your
was
your,
gonna
your
say. The United States is a business, so the reason they enter a religion, I believe, is because like it's like a business thing, like it's a tax write off. So they don't have to report a lot of the money, the income that they get because they tie the religion onto what they doing. It's like with Catholics, it's like with it's like all this what they do it for. It's really about business. So I don't believe they really tied that deep into the Muslim thing because they doing their own thing, honestly. They just tying the religion to their group to give them some type of
Yeah, why they
financial
doing their own thing?
well
superiority.
patchwork. They do their organization has their religion, the religious organization or whatever you want to call them, has predated the 5013C rule. So they were doing that under Elijah Muhammad long before that came into effect. So this has been something that's going on for over 100 years. I can't all the way discredit them. I see what y'all saying. I 100% agree with you. You working in the interest of your religion as opposed to your people. That's where we separate in ideology. But they do a lot. And they generate most of their money off of doing security. They do security for a lot of your high profile people. They do Tariq security. They did Michael Jackson security. They still do Janet Jackson and the Jackson family security. That's where the bulk of their
That
income
that
coming
goes
in at.
back into to them. And what did the Million Man March accomplish?
Ain't accomplish shit.
It showed that we could bring a
Yeah,
million black men together who can comport themselves in a YT uniform.
That's too
Basically,
much time and effort just for that statement.
yeah.
that's what it was.
And after it, what happened?
It
Nothing
Then
was
I'm
just
came out
about
sure
of it.
imagery. That's
I'm
all it
sure
was.
some people networked and all that, but I mean overall, I really don't see what it accomplished.
And the reason why they have to do their own thing is because the Middle East won't recognize them as a true Muslim organization and fund them.
So how does the Middle East view them?
You see,
They
We
don't
majority of
look
our
at it
people
They
as
ain't
don't
a
even
true
view
know.
'em.
sect of
I told Malcolm X
Islam.
when he went to Mecca, they
Say it one more
told
time.
Malcolm,
Hold on. I do want to give Jid some space to speak. How are
Oh,
you? Jid?
hi everybody. Hey BX. Hey Phantom. I just had that question really quick. I'm just listening and everything.
Okay. What was the question again?
How does I guess, is it the Arab Muslims or the Middle Eastern Muslims? How do they look at the Nation of Islam?
they
They
told,
don't respect them. They don't consider them real.
yes, they told Malcolm X that the Negro problem is not their problem. And Malcolm X came back here and he was telling everybody that's why he did what he did. Far as like leaving Nation of Islam, I don't necessarily think it was all necessarily about all about Elijah Muhammad per se. It was just a conglomerate of things, and that was one of the main things that broke the camel's back for Malcolm X when he seen that they were strictly for the religion, and he was like, "Well, these people ain't." He came back and told them like, "These people don't even see us as human. Basically, they don't even recognize us as true Muslims." And yeah, he did what he did, and shortly afterwards, unfortunately, we all know what happened after that.
Okay.
How do they see the Muslims over there like the Nigerians that are Muslim?
They don't the same way they don't recognize them as true Muslims because they're of African. They're African. They don't see them as true. Same thing with the Somalians. All of those places over there,
Oh,
they don't
what? They don't even see
recognize
the
them as
Somalians, even though the Somalians feel like they're Arab.
yes,
Nope.
yes. They don't see them as true Arabics.
They
And
say if you're
so,
not of Arabic descent, then you're not. They don't consider you. The Arabs over there don't consider you truly Islamic.
So what do you think? Because I know that there has been things going around of saying like a lot of them are coming over here, what they have going on in Texas in terms of trying to um, build up and maybe like evade here. Then is that by converting people or just by through building their own population in that way, taking over apparently?
By their doctrine, you got two choices: either you join or you unalive.
by the
That's their
machine,
My
that's their core doctrine in Islam.
So, but my thing is, if they don't even view black people as actual Muslims, then why would they want to try to make us convert?
Because that's in their book. That's their doctrine: to convert or annihilate.
Oh wow.
That is their doctrine.
But
that's their
what? Can I ask a
doctrine.
question? Wasn't wasn't the Middle East one time nothing but melanated people, and the same thing that happened in Egypt happened in the Middle East?
That's true.
Yeah,
In Kuwait, you still can find black Kuwaitis in Kuwait. They get paid. They live in the desert. They don't live in the cities. They got these big elaborate tents that they set up out in the desert. And the Kuwaiti government does pay them the same way it pays the Arab Kuwaitis.
Mm.
It pays the black Kuwaitis the same way because they are indigenous to that land.
And
And they acknowledge that.
aren't
Same
they
thing with the
Muslim?
Iraqis, though.
Yeah,
Like
in
the
Iraq too.
Iraqis I've seen, and like the ones I've seen over there, they are black.
It's not many of them in the Middle East. They're not a huge population. The black Middle Eastern, or we call Middle East now, they're in several different countries. You can find them in Saudi Arabia. You find them a lot of them it's a lot of them in Kuwait. Some in
Mm.
Dubai, sizable population in some parts of Iraq. But because they're still nomadic people. They still live like they lived thousands
Oh.
of years ago. They just got money. So you'll see them with Range Rovers. You'll see them, and you go to Kuwait, you'll see them in the Kuwaiti Mall and
What?
shopping and stuff because they got plenty of paper. But they get back in their Rolls Royce trucks and ride out. You'll see them just veer off into the desert.
Yeah,
Now,
I know that
what
they
they
do
aren't they
that.
Muslim?
Yeah, they Muslim.
Yeah, they're Muslims.
So how can they not see the people in Africa or the Nation of Islam as Muslim since they
They
melanated?
don't. I mean, they don't recognize them officially as Muslim. They look at them the same way they look at all the other melanated people. They just, yeah, you Muslim, but we still don't respect you.
Okay.
But they have to pay them because that rule of if you're indigenous to a land, that rule is universal throughout our whole world. Those people
Mm.
get paid if you conquer their land, and most of them get paid. That
Kind of
still
like what's
that
her
still break
name?
down in the Middle East.
I'm still trying to think of I think her name is Khadijah Huck. I know her and her sister are they are they're Iranian.
Iranian people are different. The Caucasus Mountains run through part of the Caucasus Mountain run through Iran. They're Caucasian. Those are white people.
Look up the one that's Chloe and Courtney's
The Kardashian.
yeah, the Kardashian friend.
They're not Iranian. They're
Afro-Iranian. Okay.
I forget what they call them people. They're a whole different set of people, but
What area do you remember? I can probably jog your memory on
um
what area
fuck it. They're not
geographically.
Persian. They're God damn it, it's on the tip of my tongue. But
Istanbul.
they come out of Turkey, but they're not Turkish.
Okay, hold on. I know
They
what you're
went
saying.
through they people went through a genocide over there, and they were almost eradicated. That's why they're here in the United States. The biggest population of them is here because of that. That would happen around the same time as WW2.
Oh wow. Hold on, wait, from Khuzestan?
No, they're not from Kazakhstan.
No, it says Khuzestan.
No, not those people.
Uh-uh.
It's a particular ethnic group.
Armenian, that's it. Chichi.
Armenian, yes. Yeah,
Thank you,
there you go.
Chichia. They're Armenian. Yeah, the Armenians went through a bad G-side over there, and that's why they brought most of what's left of them is mostly over here.
I thought the Armenians, I thought they were Arabs.
Albanians, Armenians, they all Europeans because of the
Yeah, Turks are Europeans. All the people that used to be part of Persia, those people are European. Arabs mostly descend from Northern Africa to Saudi Arabia, that area. You talking about Iran? We call it the Middle East, but that's part of the European subcontinent.
Yeah, I remember they said it was in one of those books too. I think one of the Nation of Islam books, they were talking about that, how there is no such thing as a Middle East technically.
It's not. That's all North Africa. It's still connected to the African continent.
Yeah.
as in the upper part that we was just talking about, where Iran and Albania and all of that stuff. That's what they call Indo-Europe.
Yeah, they just dirty YT people. That's all. They the off-brand YT people. They're the YT people that YT people call the N-word when we ain't around.
Yeah, because they don't see them true Europeans. I've learned this, that true Europeans, which would be the Slavic, Anglo-Saxon, Vandal, and Visigoth tribes. Okay, they don't see the Southern Europeans, meaning the Italians, the Spaniards, and the more going towards east, which would be the area we just got done talking about, Indo-Europe. They don't see them as true Europeans.
Basically, any group of Europeans that got any kind of black blood in them, in their history, they don't consider them Europeans. That's why they got beef with the small hats. You see, most of them are YT. They descend from Europe, but because they converted to what was at that time was considered a black religion in Hebrew, then they don't consider them fully YT. It's a weird little dynamic they got going on in their head to justify that. I don't begin to understand it, but that's just how they view it.
I understand it from a historical standpoint, but all the other ways is basically pseudoscience. If you're just talking from a scientific standpoint, it's really all pseudoscience. But from a historical standpoint, it is true. Like all of this stuff that happened is true, as far as how they became who they are and all the geological cuts and reshaping of Europe and the populations. Because a lot of people don't know Italy and Greece, they had a lot of ethnic cleansings because Greece and Italy had a lot of melanated tribes. There were a lot of melanated tribes that occupied the peninsula and those islands of Greece and Italy. And when the Anglo-Saxons and all the northern Europeans started to invade those places and bring them down, the fall of Rome was by the Anglo-Saxons. And well, Rome fell many times, but the last time Rome fell, it was the Anglo-Saxons that brought it down. And
Where does the YT history start?
that I would say that's where it started. It started with the last Anglo-Saxons sacking and looting Rome, and I want to say that was like 500 A.D. I have to look it up. I'm just going off memory as far as dates, but that it would be where their real history starts, as far as like the Vikings, and because that's where the Vikings and all of these other tribes, northern Slavic tribes, come from.
Now,
The Germanic tribes.
if you're asking when the concept of white people started, that was the 17th century. That's where they started that whole concept of white people being a separate race and even racial classifications. That all started in the 17th century.
Okay.
Yeah, that is
But
correct.
I don't know the history of the Vikings like that. I just know that they were some YT people that be wearing those little hats or something like that, and they used to be on boats or something.
Ain't much to them. They were some savages that used to sail from place to place conquering. They were basically looters. They'd come in, loot your city, and leave. They didn't make settlements. They didn't stay to colonize. They were just opportunists. They come in and savages. They come in, brutalize your people, steal all your resources, and then leave and take them back because they come from a barren country. There's not much going on up in where they from. So they were doing that to acquire resources. That's why they went. That's why they even left their little island nation.
Okay, so they were kind of like going. So they were. I wouldn't even say like pirates, almost like the YT Genghis
Yeah,
Khan
yeah,
stuff.
they were like pirates.
Yeah, they was like
They were
pirates.
pirates before pirates. Yeah, that's a good way to
Genghis
put it.
Khan, both of them together, if you really think about it, because that's all they did was sack and loot and pillage and extract the resources and try to take it back to their little settlements.
The YT people don't have collectively. When I'm speaking of the whole collective, they don't have a unifying history or ideology that they follow behind other than whiteness. Whiteness has become their religion because we've established over here that once you part of that religion of whiteness, that it's benefits that come with it. That's why all of these groups that came over here got absorbed into the YT as a race. They used to call Italians Italians. They didn't consider them white. Same with the Irish. But they went through their hazing process, which is what the Mexicans is going through right now.
Do you think they're going to try to absorb the Latino or no?
The problem with the Latino, just in my opinion, is they hold too firm to their cultures back home, because what they did with the Italians and the other people that they brought over, the Polacks and all of them, they were able to get them to set aside their own separate culture and absorb themselves into to the white community. Latinos ain't trying to do that. Latinos coming over here with a mindset of, we want to establish little Mexico over here. We want to keep our
Mm.
language, keep our food. We not absorbing into anything. That's where the clash at, because they would have been absorbed them. They absorbed the Cubans, but the Cubans put aside all of that to a certain degree. They still had a restaurant. They still gonna speak Spanish, but they capitulate to YT people.
Mm. And do you think they thought that they were gonna do like the Cubans did?
Yeah, they absolutely thought that. That's why they got themselves in a little quagmire over there in California. They don't really know what to do with them. It's too many of them to send them back.
Yeah, they're outnumbered.
Yeah. So what
We're
they
out now.
do
I'm
is,
out here in California, so we are so just outnumbered.
so what they do out there with y'all is they break them down by they got a color class going on in California.
Hmm.
Where the YT, the ones that have a closer proximity to whiteness, oh, they are pseudo white folks.
Mm.
But you heard what Nuri Martinez was saying about the darker Hispanics that they have out there, and the disparaging comments. They look at them like black folks, so they treat them like black folks. They treat the Belizeans like black folks.
No, the
The pro,
Belizeans aren't a part of it. Period. Like they're not even in the conversation.
well, right, but they look at them all on the same level as us. Put it like that.
But I know the ones that are like that out here are like they're called Oaxacans.
Yeah, yeah, they are.
That's like one form of them.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the ones again that are like dark skinned. They have a specific phenotype. They don't even speak Spanish.
I
They
say I ain't
don't,
know
or
that. What they
Spanish is
speak?
like their second language. They speak like their own type of language. It's a bunch of them. A lot of them are in Central Valley,
Mm-hmm.
but they are dark like
Yeah, little
they're
short,
dark
dark
like
skinned people.
yeah, they're dark like Panamanians or yeah, like a Panamanian.
Yeah, but when you think of the Mexicans that run in California, them is white folks. Them is the straight Spanish descent. They might have a Negro. They might have a black end there in they past. They abuela somewhere down the line, but for the most part, they are Spaniards. Even though
They
Spanish people don't acknowledge them.
they call it I guess like the main language, but it's so many different dialects. It's called Zapotec, and it's an indigenous form of like their languages because they can't even go. I remember they were trying to do something. They can't even go to school with like, and it's completely different than Spanish. They can't even. They needed like resources with school. A lot of them are. Those are the ones really. Some of them are they're from Mexico, yes, but they're not considered Mexicans. They're considered like Oaxacans. So they are considered Latinos, but they call themselves like indigenous Latinos. And they what do they do? Um those are the ones that are mostly the seasonal farm workers because the Mexicans for they're not like how the woman was getting on Jasmine Crockett. She was saying, I don't know where you think like we're still those like we're still picking fruit or we're still picking crops. She said that was going on like she was basically telling Jasmine Crockett she was like 20 years behind. She was like, yeah, we were doing that as kids in the 90s and the early 2000s, but we've grown up now. You know, we're nurses, they are highly skilled workers now. So that's where even I think both the D's and the R's get wrong, or the reds and the blue political teams get wrong. It's not like how they try to paint it to be. They are in general, just not even just Latinos, but immigrants in general, they have created an artificial economy. The economy that we're in is artificial because it's not based off of and representative of the true numbers of the citizens of this country. So that's why everything is that's why housing is off, food is off, wages are off. All of those different things are completely skewed because we don't live in a real economy. That's how I try to say it.
When you speaking of the Hispanics, they not in high positions like that. They really not. They are in California in certain industries. They taken over logistics. They got a foothold in healthcare, but for the most part, they're in your government, your city government, your state government. That's where their bread and butter is. That's why they're able to move like they're able to move. But by and large, uh, countrywide, they're not in they're not in strategic position. They're still trying to get a foothold in there. Now there's certain industries that they are inching their way into, but they don't have it like they can't pop their collar like that. They're
Where
not.
are you at?
I'm in Georgia.
Okay.
I say that's why I made the distinction between California and the rest of the country. What y'all got going on out there is something different.
I brought my homegirl out here and she's from Memphis. It blew her mind.
Yeah, they're not out here like that. The rest of the
It
country ain't dealing with
blew
that.
her mind. She kept saying, "Oh, it's not that. It's not like that. It's not like that." Because she was saying her mom, like, she's like, if my mom don't want to like rent to anybody, my mom is not gonna do it. She gets to choose whoever she wants to. And if they come in there talking about they can't speak English, or you try to go somewhere in Memphis and you try to say you can't speak English, they gonna look at you like you're crazy. They're gonna like and I'm like, yeah, that's there. Over here is the exact opposite.
Unfortunately, y'all in New York have been the recipients of what the rest of the country, what's trickling out to the rest of the country,
Mm-hmm.
and that y'all see what immigration can turn into just by general proximity of Mexico. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
got a whole lot of Mexicans up there. In New York is something different.
Why isn't Texas like that though? I wonder.
Texas is like that. The Texans don't want to admit that. A lot of black Texans don't want to admit that. A lot of white Texans don't want to admit that. But it's by some places it's like 40% Hispanic. But the
But it's still
difference,
mostly a red state.
yeah, because Hispanics when they come in here, even though it be the Democrats that bring them in, they tend to vote Republican. All Hispanics
Mm-hmm.
across the board without failure. You might get one generation that not even a generation. You might get a couple of election cycles if you promise them something, they'll
Mm-hmm.
vote for you. Like they're going to vote against Donald Trump. This will be the first time, by and large, that the Hispanic community has ever voted against Republican in mass. But it doesn't matter. Even during Trump's first term, when he was talking about building the wall, they were
Mm-hmm.
still supporting him.
Oh yeah, they definitely were.
They like a strong man because they come from countries. Most of them come from countries with those pseudo dictators down there in South
Mm-hmm.
America. Even in Mexico, you dealing with pseudo dictators in your cartel. So
Yeah.
that's what they used to. Plus they Catholics, so they're conservative.
They're
So
not
they
gonna
go
agree with the baby thing and the
right,
children thing, the
right.
rainbow thing.
The only place that they do agree with that BS is in California. And like I said, y'all got some hybrid stuff going on. That is not normal what y'all going through out there. The rest of the country don't fall like that. Even where there are a sizable Hispanic population. The Texas Hispanics are not like the California Hispanics. They're the same people, but their mentality on a lot of things is different.
I
Now,
wonder if
it
it's
doesn't.
because of the welfare that California gives.
Yes, that's I would say yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Because California people be like, no, that's not true. California, they get free school under the DACA Dreamer program. They get food stamps. They get Medicaid. And our state program of that is called Medi-Cal. So they get health insurance. Um, they get for citizens, you could get a county check. They get a different type of check from a different budget.
And see, that's why y'all got the problems you got. They don't get
So
none of that in Texas or anywhere else they go for that matter. That's what y'all are already doing. That's what
mhm,
they were trying to do under the Biden administration. When you saw them giving them checks in New York, when you saw them giving them
mhm,
checks in Chicago and all these other places, that's the model that California established. And the
mhm.
rest of the Democratic Party was trying to push that nationwide. What happens in California, what happens in New York, tends to matriculate through the rest of the country.
Yeah.
So what y'all have already gone through and set the warning up for everybody else to heed. That's what the Democrats was planning for the rest of the country.
Okay, Deborah.
Good evening. I'm from
Hello.
California, and I want to tell you the difference in the Mexicans. Just like
Don't you
difference
go
in,
real
in,
quick?
in, in black folks. Do I have to
Real
say
quick.
who I am, FBA? Do I have to declare who I am?
I
They
mean,
come from different parts of
I just want to
Mexico.
know for sure. That's all. Go
hmm
ahead.
Okay, they come from different parts of Mexico, particularly California and Texas. So they have different mindsets. And I'm older than everybody. And I can remember Cesar Chavez was like their Martin Luther King. And he said the bane of the Mexican is the wetback. So you have your Mexicans that are middle class, upper middle class, and they don't think the same way as the ones that they feel like that are a lower class system that might be on the aid that don't actually have a grasp of the English language. Now, see, the Mexicans have always been a large voting pool, but they've never flexed their muscles, and most of their voting pool is extremely young. So it depends on where you are in the country as to how the Mexicans, and just like any other people, are going to act. They're not a monolith just like we are. And that's where you're going to see the difference. And I was born and raised in California. Everybody comes to California because we do have the best benefits. Unfortunately, that's why we have so many homeless, because also our temperate weather. But California will sit up under a certain model. Has it hurt us? Yes, it has. Have they opened up doors to peoples that probably they should not have opened up? Yes, they have. But I guess because I was born and raised there in the northern part of the state, but you also have a large Chinese population or Asian
Yeah.
population
That's up
that's
more so NorCal.
just as damaging, if not more. Because at least when you go in the Mexican parts, they may have Spanish, but they'll have English. There's whole areas, Campbell, I can name a whole bunch of areas up in the San Jose area. They have
Mhm.
whole shopping malls where there's nothing but Asians, Koreans, whatever the nationality because they're different too. We say Asians, but they have their different groups, and it'll be in their particular language where you just do not feel welcome. So see, it
You
just
would
depends
it
on where
looks
you
like a
are.
whole it looks like a whole city. You feel like you're in a completely foreign country.
Right.
They
Yeah,
have
yeah,
like
you are.
movie theaters. They full-blown movie
Grocery
theaters
stores.
that look like, Times Square in New York has like those billboards. They have like shopping centers like that type of thing, or shopping districts like that, and they will play like billboards for like their movie theaters, and it will be in full like Chinese or in Korean, with like featuring their specific actors that's like nicer than like an AMC.
Right.
They
They have
have
their
it
whole
like
culture. Right.
everything.
And that's why when people ask me, and so the Southeast Asians do the same thing. And for me, I'm not denigrating any Mexican folks, but you know what? The jobs that they're primarily in are the jobs we did for free 10 years ago. I'm not trying to do those jobs. The ones that are really having the issue are the ones that come over on these B1 visas, particularly the Southeast Asians, and then the Indians, so-called Indians, and then they don't leave. And they're taking engineering jobs. They're taking, nursing jobs. They're becoming the doctors all on our dime. So I feel like they're much more detrimental, particularly to FBA, than any other ethnicity that there is. Just swing by and look at what's happened in Northern California. I'm in Texas right now with my baby girl, and They've been in this house 10 years, and when they first moved here, just a little anecdote tell you that it was multicultural. It was some of everybody up in here. Well, now all the white tea people have moved out. The black people are here, but mainly it's Southeast Asians here. And I told my daughter, I said, they're going to wake up these white tea people and realize there's a problem, because when they start losing their houses, you know how they be.
Mm-hmm.
They start looking around to see who they can blame and why do you have. So now they're investigating them, because they also take, just like the Somalians, we talk about them, but Southeast Asians, and I'm not denigrating them, these are facts, you can look them up. They take a lot more money out the system than the Mexican ever thought they could,
They
because they're
absolutely do.
coming here, with their degrees and everything else, with their own real estate agents, and they're running these funny loans and buying these $600,000 and $700,000 homes,
And
with
they're
with
different. They
phony
have
papers.
different banks. They're
And oh yeah,
banks.
but they have the whole thing, and so now, as Texas is having its issue and its problem with people losing their homes, now they're starting to look around and say, "Wait a minute, you know how white tea people do? We're losing ours. Why aren't they using theirs?" Well, they realize there's 30 of them up in that house, but I bet you within 2 to 3 years, everybody in that house got a house, and we're not talking about no little houses. When you have a $750,000 house in Texas, now unlike California and probably New York, you got a house. So do you see what I'm saying? So I guess being native Californian, I think the bigger issue is Mexicans have their things, but we got to look to some other nationalities that are sucking up all the benefits also. And I land my plane. Thank you.
It's Miss
It's
Deborah. It's
different with
all
North
of them.
versus South. North and South are completely different in California.
Yeah, I live in Southern California. I live in the Inland Empire now, out
Okay.
in Riverside, and it's not as varied, but they are definitely
Riverside's a little bit
coming.
different. You're a little bit different than the other parts of like the Inland Empire and like East Los Angeles, going all the way down into Southgate, going all the way like it's a little bit different. Riverside,
Oh,
you're
it's a
almost
whole
like a little
lot different.
enclave.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
because that's those are suburbs that were built up. It's not. My aunt lives in West LA. My cousins were born and raised in LA. It's a totally different. They wanted me to live there, but first of all, it's way too expensive, and then it's just too many people. And I was raised in the suburbs, so I fit better out there. But yeah, as far as nationalities, there's more ethnic groups starting to move out in that area. Redlands, Ontario, all
Mm.
Fontana, all these different areas, but primarily it's still black, white tea. I guess I say white tea or
Well,
Caucasian,
No,
black and
Fontana's
Mexican.
mostly Latino.
Depending on what part depending on what part you in. When you go into the more the higher echelons,
If you're
they're
going,
there,
yeah,
but not in great numbers.
north of
There's
the
a lot of
210,
black
but that's
people,
not majority of Fontana. Majority of
right?
Fontana is south of the 210.
Well, yeah, anywhere you go in California, particularly in Southern California, you're gonna have a lot of, see what we don't remember geography. These California belonged to Mexico, so did Texas, so did Arizona, so did New Mexico. The Mexicans haven't gone anywhere. They've always had a large population of Mexicans.
Miss Deborah. Let me let me
Mm-hmm.
let me let me quench that.
Deborah.
I'm sorry, Miss Deborah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go on and crush that real quick. So it was only part of Mexico for 20 years, and it
Who was
wasn't
only a part of Mexico for 20 years?
the regions that you're talking about. They were only a part of Mexico for 20 years.
Who told you that?
That's history,
That's
ma'am.
documented fact,
No,
ma'am.
I've never. Yeah, well,
Yeah, the United States, the United.
however
Hold
long
on, hold on, hold
they
on,
were a part of
hold
it, the
on, Mr.
Mexicans
Boyle.
have been here.
Hold on, Mr. Boyle. There was no sizable Hispanic population. Hispanic being the modern day Mexican during that time frame. We talking about in the 1800s. The United States went to war went to WAR with Mexico, and then we beat them and paid them what $12 million for it.
Mm-hmm. Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo.
And they didn't at that time they had no settlements here.
That's because
No,
it wasn't settled, so that's why the United
right.
States actually overpaid for this land.
They really did. So that's a fallacy that they've been telling. They pushed that fallacy for decades now. No, they weren't part of it. They weren't here before us. No. They had the Folsom people out there. They had a bunch of melanated tribes in California at that time, but none of
That's
them
why
were
where you
modern
get
day
the story,
Hispanics.
where you get the story of the California missions.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Spanish, the conquistadors who did that and had them. They weren't even created as Mexicans yet.
Right.
Well, no, but we can deal. We can deal with semantics, whether we want to call them Mexicans, the conquistadors, whether we want to call them
No,
the mulattoes,
a
whether we want to
conquistador
call
is
them
not
whatever they
a.
were. The people were still here, and so I guess my issue is with it. And I'll just tell you point blank, I'd rather have a Mexican here that follows along with most of my belief system than to have somebody that comes all the way from around the world and you bring your belief system here and it doesn't align with what the majority of the people in this country believe.
Excuse me,
The
ma'am.
problem.
So that's my opinion. No one else has to believe that, but I own my first my first home in Milpitas, California. So
Mm-hmm.
this young lady sounds like she knows a little bit. We didn't even have stoplights there, and it was all stop signs, and there were no houses on the Calaveras foothills where their fault runs to. They'll tell you how old this is. This is the early '80s, and it was primarily blacks because the Ford plant had just closed, but the Ford plant had been there right there in Fremont, the
Ma'am, are you
Milpitas Fremont
retired?
border, and there were Mexicans, blacks, and white folks. Well, what ended up happening is if you go over there now,
What you asked her, Jim?
I said, is she retired? Are you retired, Miss Deborah? I can't hear you if you're speaking. You're on mute.
it's
Miss
totally
Deborah, are you retired?
Asians. Am
Are
I
you
what?
are you retired? Are you still in the workforce?
I own my own business.
Okay. Do you mind me asking what line of business that you're in?
What does that matter?
In terms of you're saying in terms of competition, I'm someone that's very new in their career. So in terms of competition and competing with, my experience is very much so different than somebody that might be a business owner or on their way out to retirement in their career.
Well, no, I'm in the insurance field. The reason I say about the competitiveness is because my family background. My grandfather picked cotton and potatoes and watermelon in Bakersfield, and I'm sure if you know up and down 99. So his generations didn't have to, and we did. We don't have to. We never did. But I have some engineers. My sister graduated from Stanford. You just want to know a little bit about my history and worked for Coca-Cola for years. But when they started bringing the B1 visas over here, they got rid of my sister and a lot of her friends that had tenure and highly educated, right? Because I could get two of them for one of my sister, but the work, and then they had the nerve after they were laid off to bring them back to train these people. And they didn't have the skill set, even though they had engineer titles. They didn't have the skill set. And I've seen that happen repeatedly. And yeah, I am older than you, over and over again. So I say again, to me, the Mexicans are not competing in the same market. Some of them are as people that have careers, not jobs. And so
I
that's where
think you're
that's where the
exclusively talking about one specific industry, which is tech.
well, no, engineers. You can have. I have doctors in my family. I have nurses in my family, and they're coming up against the same thing. I'm just stating that, yes, they may be here in our country. And I know a lot of people say they need to go home, but I would prefer that because they're closer in this hemisphere than you bring somebody all the way over from halfway around the world and bring them here and implant them here. Then they take the resources and the benefits that they did not work for, but they feel like they are entitled to.
Can I ask you a question, ma'am?
And I'll land my plane with that. I hope that suffice. And my husband's a master electrician, and we all and in the construction business.
Hey,
So I'm
Deborah.
well
Yes,
versed
ma'am.
in
Oh,
seeing
hey,
what they've done.
Deborah. Hold on,
Why?
Deborah.
What about the Hispanics that was burning down the black communities?
I was about to bring that up.
Somebody asked if I'm married to a
See you,
Mexican. No, I
bro.
like my men like I like my
Hey,
coffee
hold
black.
on.
No, I didn't ask you
Deborah,
that.
can you hear Phantom?
Yeah.
Can I what?
Can you hear Phantom? He asked you a question.
What was your question?
What about the Mexicans that were burning down the black communities there?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
What about the Mexicans, the Hispanics that were burning down the black communities there?
That were burning down the black communities? Oh, I think they're wrong, but that's when we have to show the power of our vote. We have to stand up. We have to look at
No,
ourselves
but
as a
you're
mirror.
lobbying for, well, you're
Who's
kind of
I'm
advocating.
not lobbying for
Okay,
anyone. I was just
advocating.
telling you about not advocating. I'm just telling you what the facts are as what I see. I'm an Aboriginal Black woman. I
Listen,
advocate for my people, but I'm just telling
you
you how I look at
stated
from
that you
California.
rather for the Hispanics to stay there. You also stated that they were there first.
What
Okay,
did you mean
but
by that, ma'am?
give
What did you mean by that?
let me tell you what I meant, sister. I would rather see them come here because they're in this hemisphere than to see all the Asians come here and all the East Asians come here and still take the same resources. We have more than just Mexicans. They are not our primary problem. But if you don't come from an area like I do in California, raised up with all different kinds
But
of
they are
people,
a
you may
primary
not
problem.
see it. Oh,
They're
I don't
probably
think
not the
so.
primary, but they are a big factor because
Oh,
what
I'm not saying that they're not, but you got to remember, I'm giving you my opinion from my 60-some years
that's
here
fine, but you
on this
also
planet.
talk about how you advocate for your own group. And I'm also telling you, because I'm a part of that same group, that this group is an issue to our group.
Oh,
Miss
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just throwing more in the pot to understand. Like, okay, take the Chinese. They got rid of affirmative action because they thought they were going to be able to go to some of the schools that our children are going to. You know, the
Mhm.
Ivy League school, the Stanford. Stanford's an Ivy League school now on the West Coast. But what they found out is they didn't realize. No, you're stopping minorities, so-called minorities. We are not from going there. We weren't the problem. What you need to do is address the legacy children.
I
They're still
agree.
not getting in,
hey,
and in
hey,
fact, they're
Fresh.
getting in smaller numbers.
Yes.
Fresh,
But I'm just saying
can
we
I
got to
address them
widen
real
our
quick?
view.
Of course.
So Mr. Boer, one of the fields that Black Americans nationwide populate is logistics. That's one of the biggest fields for us. Do you understand that the biggest racial discrimination lawsuit in America is a racial bias lawsuit against the Hispanic community and Ryder Logistics, which is a pretty large logistics company in California, for racial discrimination by their Hispanic leadership against Black America. That lawsuit is going on right now.
I was
So
just looking that
I
up.
don't doubt that it is. And let me tell you, I
hold
understand a
on,
little
Mr.
bit more. I
Boer.
owned a trucking company,
Hold on,
and my
Mr. Boer.
daughter works in
Let
Hey,
me
hold
logistics.
land my
on,
plane. Let me
Deborah.
land my plane.
Let him finish, please. Let
Just
him
listen to
finish,
what I'm
please.
saying. So
Real
that
quick.
lawsuit shows how Hispanic community is directly a threat, just as big as the Asians, just as big as the East Indians. Because, and I say more so because they're occupying a field that has been historically held by Black Americans. When we graduated out of the lower tier jobs, we went into logistics naturally. That encompasses your truck driving, that encompasses your warehousing and things of that nature. But now not only are they directly competing with us in the state of California, but they're also overtaking us and being discriminatory in their hiring practices and how they treat their Black employees. So what you're saying ain't jiving with what reality is on the ground right now. Now, I kind of chalk that up to you being kind of disconnected because you're not in those fields, so you don't see that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's happening. And you got to acknowledge that. All of these people are a threat to us. All of them, without fail, equally.
Equally, that's all.
Even in school too. Like when I was in my program, they were mad at me because of how how much I performed extremely well coming from a STEM background. And they treated me, I was the only one in my program. They would do everything from calling me the N-word, making monkey noises, calling me mayate, all of that stuff. They were the main ones that was doing it. I consistently reported it, even so much as my peers were reporting it as well, and absolutely nothing was done about it.
I don't know what
Nothing
people
was
are
done.
listening to hear or listening to answer. I owned a trucking company. My daughter is in logistics. I understand that. I'm not negating what you're saying. I'm on nobody's side. I'm on my people's side. I'm just saying we have to look further than the issue is we've got to look further than just the Mexicans, because there's more than them just doing us damage. That's what I land my plane with. Now we can go on and on about Mexicans, but the Asians are damaging us. The Southeast Asians are damaging us. The Jamaicans that come over here that are nurses, they're damaging us. But since I come from a professional family, so yes, I do know about logistics.
So it's
We
just
owned it for
what you're
4 years.
saying is just
What all?
immigration.
Let me just tell you what I'm saying. I'm just saying we have to not only just focus on them. We've got to look at all the groups. We can't take our eye off the ball at all. So you can't make it seem like I'm more for them than I am for my own people. I'm just saying, particularly in California, I can't speak to other parts of the nation. We've got to look at the whole kit and caboodle.
We
Point
got you,
blank,
but
period.
we're listening to what you're saying. This is why we're even bringing up. We're not saying that you, but we hear you saying you rather deal with them. They were here first. Is those things, and then
Well, and
you
that's
go
my
back and
opinion.
retract and say it's all of them.
No, I'm not retracting. Otherwise, I
Okay,
wouldn't have
so
brought
I'm
it
gonna
up.
help you.
Hold on,
Okay,
sister,
well,
because I'm getting ready to get off the line. What I'm telling you is, I'm not retracting anything. I'm just saying, if it has to be anybody, I'd rather have it be somebody in my hemisphere. And I'm not looking at the Buddhist temple. I'm not looking at all these other things. So, what? Neither here nor that. If you're coming against my people, you are a threat.
I
How
got
about
you.
how about none of them? Because let's look at the Hispanic community. They have large numbers, which makes them a natural threat for
That's
us.
what I was about to
I'm
say.
not saying that they are not. I'm just saying my view from California and
I'm
being
speaking on
raised
California,
in
man.
northern. Hold on, I was raised in. I was born in Baker, so you don't get no more California than that. Being raised in Northern California and seeing other groups that are just as insidious. Maybe you don't see them. They vote Republican too, and they put a lot of money in their
But the
pockets. I'm just
numbers,
saying for us to just look
Miss
at,
Bora,
don't be myopic.
the numbers, even when you talk about,
I'm not disputing the numbers, honey. I'm just saying let's look. We can keep looking at
we
the
got it.
Mexicans,
So even
but
when we
let's
look at
also look
So
when
at
we
other
look
let's
at
get
the
in the big
things.
Asians,
construction contracts, Miss
when
Deborah.
exactly when we
Exactly.
look at Asians, they're not a huge population
Where?
anywhere.
In California, they're a sizable population,
Are
and
they
definitely
bigger
in
than?
Northern
Do they
California
outnumber the
they are, and
Hispanics?
they're going
In the Bay
into
Area,
professional
yes,
businesses,
they're
right?
almost about what and what in Northern California.
But when you
So,
total up all of California as a
Oh, as a
whole,
whole, for sure, it's
yeah,
the Latino.
that's what I'm
and
saying.
I guess because I come from an educated family, and I'm not throwing no rocks or no stones. I'm looking at the professionals that are in my family that are dealing with them, and I can tell
It's
you
the
for a
same
fact
across the board, Miss
they are
Bora.
not
Oh,
dealing with a lot of Mexicans. No, it's
Listen, they
not.
just brung up the professions that Black Americans dominate. Are you not listening?
No, don't ask me if
You
I'm not
keep
listening.
telling me,
I
Miss
said
li-
Bora,
I am
about
going from.
all
Oh,
the
hold on. I didn't come
professions.
up here to argue. I said I'm
Miss
going by
Fresh.
what I know, being
No one's
professionals. I
trying
know
to
about the
argue.
trucking
You won't let
business.
us get a
That's
word
not
in.
arguing. That's
Fresh.
not arguing. I'm just saying my
Yes,
point.
sir.
It is my opinion,
I'm not
and
addressing
everyone
her no
has
more
one.
because this has been the
So
problem in our
I'm gonna
community.
drop down. You guys have a blessed day or
This,
blessed evening.
Thank you.
I'm
Bye
just gonna
bye.
say it because I'm old enough to say it. I'm closer to her age than I think everybody on the platform.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
That whole generation right there. You heard
she's a
what she said.
boomer.
That's the problem because they don't see that they see a camaraderie with these people because they had that generation sought interracial sexual access with those same people that she was advocating for. Yeah, she'd probably dated a Mexican or two in her
I'm
day.
telling you, I
She
just did
probably
not
has. I'm sure
understand that
her
statement.
children do too. She might have a little
Absolutely.
grandbaby that's
That's
mixed.
y'all were very
Yeah.
and I salute
Absolutely.
y'all for how y'all handled that because y'all were very cordial, very respectful. I lost my respect after I brought up the fields that black people dominate, that the Hispanics are discriminating against us, and she just dismissed it altogether.
Sure
E-
did.
She kept defending Hispanics.
Yeah,
Start talking
even with
about
her
she don't
statement
care
about,
about them.
even when I stated that everybody on this panel who are younger than her knows what she was saying about they've always been here. That been debunked decades ago. And she's still propagating that lie. But that generation is the problem.
She reading that history book from '82. That's what she reading. or
You
from
lost me
that's
when
what
she
she's
was.
And
reading.
none of
And she
these
kept,
books
I'm
told
glad you
them to
pinned her down,
this they
Jill,
land.
asking her if she was retired because they got that I got mine, you need to
You
go
need to
get
go get
yours
yours. You clocked
mentality.
it, right, Hot Tub? I
I
feel
seen that
like
shit.
as soon as I asked that question,
Mm-hmm.
that's when the conversation went left. And when I asked what industry that she was working in, I just wanted to know in terms of like industry. Because, ma'am, if you were in the industry, that's where we left. And then when she let it off as, I come from an educated family, ma'am, you don't know what schools anybody on this planet done went to. You
Thank
don't know
you.
what we didn't study.
Correct, Gia.
Ma'am, if you
Correct.
clocked what I was saying earlier, I said I was the top of my class, ma'am,
Talk
in a
your shit,
STEM
Gia.
program. So don't competing with all of them. And that was the problem because of how high I tested. They were getting mad and they were getting angry because I was the one that was setting the curve. That's what the
That
problem
part.
was. That's what the problem was. That's how everything started. And every time I would raise my hand and everything when they started doing all of that stuff, that's why nobody, literally nobody in my class until it got really, really, really ridiculous, where how I was treated in that program. I was in a program with Asians. I was in a program with with Latinos. So for her to say that, and you don't know where my parents went to school or anybody in my family. So she's trying to conflate like a different type of skilled job. Ma'am, first of all, a lot of those jobs now, they don't even need to have degrees anymore. So I don't know what she's even talking about.
Jill, if you want to know why there are hardly any black people in California anymore, why y'all lost the positions that you had in certain industries in California, look no further than that. That is what was running around California during the 70s, the 80s, the 90s with super, and they gave away California to the Hispanics because they were in political positions at that then during those 3 decades, and they could have stemmed the tide of what you seeing right now in your state. But them feckless niggas didn't do shit, and I ain't got now bit of respect for that whole generation. It's some riders. It's a couple of them. But for every stepper that we got about 20 of her.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I'm like, where do we even put that? Is that bootleg? Big Stepper, you just came on too. I'm mad at you. Where were you?
Yeah, we need to step on here
We
because
need a stepper
that
from the
was her
Bay.
generation right there. Stepper could have got her in
We
her place.
needed we needed you, Big Stepper. Where have you been? That's what I was wondering. Where is Big Stepper? Where were you? But I know she probably at work or something like that.
But yeah,
Gia,
that
if you don't mind. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, go
Hi.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
She's
Hi.
asking what happened.
Respect to
Sorry.
the space, respect to the panel, and respect to the comment section. I've seen a couple of folks before in previous spaces. My name is Zandria, and I don't know where you're from, G. I was going to ask you if you're from Cali. I'm from Cali, actually. I'm from Los Angeles. I have a long, well, not too long, but pretty long lineage from California, particularly Los Angeles County. And you're right, Tub, in reference to that particular generation, which is which is my mom's generation, and I hate to put her in that generation, but that's just what it is. My mother's a baby boomer, although my mother is not that kind of thinking of a thought process. But I remember when my mom was talking about like Tom Bradley, who was the mayor of LA County in the 80s, and my great aunt, my aunt Marion, she's actually personal friends with Maxine Waters. Now, I love my great aunt to death. I've told her, I said, that's your friend. You've known her for 30 something years. I don't agree with her politics. I personally can't stand Maxine Waters. But it's funny, my aunt said, You know, she knows I don't care about her politics either, but we're friends on another level, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, listening to her, it was like Tub was literally calling her out. I don't want to say calling her out, but he kind of was, kind of cornering her. And even when he presented things that were just so obviously factual, from my perception, she just kind of either dismissed it, deflected, sidestepped it, or failed to acknowledge it. And it's like he's just presenting facts, you know. And I'm like, that's just typical baby boomer Los Angelino. I hate to say it, typical baby boomer Los Angelino, and I'm assume she's an FBA. I don't know though, but I'll say Black American woman from Los Angeles, who's a baby boomer. They tend to be, especially in that region, in that area, very, very selfish thinking, very dismissive of what is actually going on and what's really, really pertinent to the Black Americans in California. And I want to say this one last thing, and I'll land my plane. It was something that Tubbs said as well. We used to have like 1.5, 1.7 million Black Americans from what I remember and what I know. And when my mother was growing up in the 60s and 70s, because my mother experienced the Watts riots, literally experienced it firsthand. Now, Los Angeles County, from what I know, and I don't know if there's anyone in the space that's from LA or currently living in LA. I think it's like 945,000 of us in LA County. So we went from close to 2 million to now 945,000. That's a dramatic drop.
My mom tells me the stories, and my aunts and uncles, like, they tell me the stories of what LA used to be like. All of that, all of the neighborhoods, like my family, our old neighborhoods, where it was all majority Black people. It was all just, no, it was all Black people.
Oh,
And
yes,
how
Gia,
it's, the neighborhoods are not
yes.
the same anymore. None of the neighborhoods are the
No.
same.
Gia, I just want to point out something. I'm not even from California, but I do know a lot about California. Them Hispanics weren't always there. They got there in the 1920s.
They weren't even
That's
there
right,
then.
Tom. That's right.
They
That's
came
right.
really in the 90s.
That's
That's
when
when
they
they
got their
came.
numbers up. Yes, you are absolutely
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. Their numbers up in the 90s, Gia.
But
But yeah, Tom is right.
the first
My
group didn't
family
start
moved
getting there
there
till the
in the
20s.
50s. Yeah, yeah.
My
We
mom
were,
said that I said, Mom, how many Latino people went to your high school? She said there was one girl who was a Latina that went to her high school. And she said how she knew it was because her best friend was a Black girl, and they would call them Salt and Pepper. So whenever Salt and Pepper came out, whenever that was like the only, now her high school today, 90% Latino.
yeah, they all came. These are border jumpers. These people ain't getting rooted here. These people didn't come here in 1800s or anything like that. The Asians been in California longer than these people.
Even counted in the census documents. If you look at this, because states do their own census, they were not even part of the category for the census as well. That's how small their numbers were.
Exactly.
Chinese people were, and they were considered being part of the Mongolian race. It was YT people, Black people, and indigenous native people that were a part of the census here. And you can go look that up year after year after year. They were not even counted as part of the population. So much so they had to have court cases not until the 1960s and the 1970s for them to be able to want to go, or for in terms of their school. So much so they did not want to. They specifically fought to not be part of being colored. That's why the rule is legally every Negro is a colored person, but not all colored people are Negro. That's a legal fact. If you go look up Lum v. Rice, which was down in the Mississippi Delta, you go look at that case. There's also cases out here as well where they went and they established that. They fought for that.
people, they had the opportunity to be classified as their own racial category. They chose the Medal of the Raza, their organizations chose to be classified as YT. This is what these people wanted to be. They've always wanted a proximity to whiteness. And for her to dismiss that fact, that's why I kept pressing her like I did. I'm not finna just sit here and listen. I don't care that you're old. I give two less than fucks that how old you are, Miss Deborah, and I hope you're listening. I give two less than the fucks. The young ladies were being respectful to you. If it was just me and you up here, I would have pressed you even harder. Because what you saying and that propaganda that you pushing is utter bullshit. And I ain't scared to tell none of them that. I don't
You
have no
ain't
respect
flying,
for.
cuz.
I don't have no respect for that generation. Outside a few outliers, big step of salute to you. I love you. I love how you come. I love your energy. But it ain't enough for you. It should be well more than you. But I keep running into from that generation a bunch of them, a bunch of her. And I don't cut them no slack because that is the generation that sold Black America out. And we got to stop
All
tiptoeing around and
right.
fuck them before they fuck them. I don't give a shit that they're elders. That elder shit don't
They
mean
not
nothing.
elders. They not
They're
elders. They
olders.
old folks.
There
Yeah,
you
they're
go.
The
olders, yeah. And
rearrange, but
that's
they not
going
elders.
to
They
be
old
the
folks.
biggest thing that's going on. That's why they have an issue now when it comes to they don't have a retirement plan for the baby boomers. That's the biggest issue with the aging population or within the aging. It's a problem. That is what they're saying. And she was over there saying how they've been here and trying to conflate a conquistador being the same thing as a Latino person. No, it's not the same. And when you look up those missions that they built out here in California, it was going from 1769 to 1823, but the bulk of it was within a 15-year period. That was the very, very first one and the very, very last one. But those California missions were set up over a 20-year period, which again goes to your timeline. But what they're focused on right now, those baby boomers, ma'am, you're focused on, she's talking about she still works. I'm sure she's done with her prime earning years. Ma'am, you are focused on getting your insulin, making sure your medication is paid for, making sure you're getting your social security check, making sure that you're getting kidney care, and your dialysis and everything. That is what life looks like for you right now. That's what your primary focus is, and trying to figure out your reversible mortgage. But anything other than that, you are not respected as you exactly. You're an older, you're not an elder.
I'm
And
gonna
that's why
say
there's so much contempt for that generation of
She lost
people.
me
I'm
when
gonna say
she
this and I'm gonna
started
land.
them Hispanics burning down his black communities. She lost me right then and there when she
I'm,
just brushed it off like it was nothing.
you act like she didn't even know about it. Everybody in the country know about what happened in Hawaiian Gardens. Everybody know in the country know what happened. Them Hispanics firebombing the black apartments and black houses, black neighborhoods, and jumping on black people. I have no respect for them, nor should you. Right now, during this delineation movement, we got 4 fucking generations of people all on the same accord. This has never happened before in the history of black people in the United States, where all 4 generations are all moving in one accord. The only outlier in this is her generation. They've been a drag on black societies ever since they got them, took the reins of power, and I'd be glad when the last of you motherfuckers die off. And I land.
Okay, Nikki Smith. Let me send you a mic. Nikki Smith, can you hear me, ma'am?
Is she asleep?
And remember that generation too. Oh,
She
yeah, I see
just
she
came
came
off a
off.
mic.
They had affirmative action too.
Yeah.
This was before they returned affirmative action. They actually had affirmative action. This was before Baki versus UC Regents. This was before that. So she had every benefit to her.
She had that benefit. That's right, Jen.
They had it when it actually benefited black people, because it hasn't benefited us since at least the 80s.
And done absolutely nothing with it.
I can almost guarantee that
Yeah, because
her husband, she said they got their own businesses. I can almost guarantee they got a bunch of Hispanics working for them for cheap labor. Because that's how a lot of these, that's the problem now too. That's why I feel what Hot Tub is saying. You got a lot of these old black baby boomer contractors, and they're hiring out to these Hispanics for cheap. I know one personally here in Tennessee, and he wanted me to work for him, but he wanted to pay me like how he was paying these cheap Hispanic immigrants he had working for him. And he wouldn't hire or support no brothers that wouldn't work for the, yeah, it's insane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Nikki, you okay? Where you from? What's your ethnicity, ma'am?
I'm Black American and originally from New York, Queens, New York, but I have moved to Catskill like 20 years ago. And I agree with the young lady. You know, respect go both ways. You can't be disrespectful to people and you have to listen. And I feel, because I'm at that age, I'm 57, and I kind of feel like we failed the younger generation because we went on this Pan-African thing. And now that I see things completely different. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't care for immigrants because of my personal experience and my experience that I had to deal with on the job and the side eye. And I'm old enough to be their mother. And my daughter is one of the top students in Catskill, where I live at. And she got a scholarship. She got an advanced Regents diploma, mastery in math and science, and I see some hating, like some real bad hating, and I'm like really frustrated.
Okay, all right, thank you. Rooted in America.
Hello, everyone. Um, I'm Black American. Do I need to get my background or something? Um,
Yeah, you say you Black American.
mhm.
Okay.
Yes, I just came up to say I wish you guys would have asked her about. Do you guys recall in California when those politicians was caught?
Nuri Martinez.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes. You guys didn't get a chance to ask her about that because I know I came in on like the last part of it. Did you guys get a chance to ask her about that? How
I
she
Oh,
was
felt
gonna
about that?
ask her about it, but how she brushed off of when
Yeah,
because you
she
mentioned,
probably would have
I
brushed it
seen,
off.
yeah, I seen how you mentioned in the comments, and because I was about to, that was right in my head. Great minds think alike. Thank you. But when I seen you say it in the comments, and I had it already in my head, I was about to ask her that too about we don't fuck with that guy. Excuse my language. She with the blacks. I was definitely about to ask her that too, but I seen it wasn't even no used to it by how she emotionally, I mean, unempathetically just brushed off what
Mhm.
the previous question I had asked her about them um, essentially terrorizing the black neighborhoods there in California.
And, sh-
Yeah.
That particular incident.
and shout out to Fresh, because Fresh called it about the same time I called it. And I'm glad she came in so it didn't look like I was beating up on her. But I peeped her when she started making that "they been here" comment.
Yeah,
That was
Fresh and
so off.
Gia was on her.
But Fresh and Gia handled her. I get it. Y'all were trying to be respectful. Them type people don't deserve no respect. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
past that point. I'm old enough to say what the fuck I want to say right now. And I have no respect for them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it sounded as if no matter how many things we you guys was bringing up to her, she wasn't going to be like, okay, change your mind on about them, how she felt about the Mexicans.
You know why she kept deflecting, and this is why I say what I was saying a minute ago. You know why she kept deflecting to the Asians? Because these Asians are coming out and undercutting and working for
Mm.
what the Mexicans are. That's why she wanted the Asians gone.
Hmm.
They're coming out and undercutting the Hispanics.
Yeah,
Like
clearly.
in Tennessee. That's exactly what's going on here in Tennessee. There ain't a lot of them here either way it go where I'm at in Tennessee, but the ones that are here, they here illegal. They're Asians. I knew one person, a female, and the Hispanics. They undercutting each other.
Hmm.
Then she wasn't answering the question when I said, well, who are the big construction jobs going to?
She sidestepped that. Y'all noticed that.
Hmm.
Right, I noticed that too, Gia.
And I'm like, you're talking about, where my uncles and everything, they did the Century Project, the Century Freeway Project, the state building downtown and everything. And I would ask them, he was even they even would do like their little papers and everything, their bulletin papers. And it comes from like that baby boomer, like little bit of Gen X group. And you look at the pictures, it was black men on the majority working those jobs. Now, the what do you call it? The superintendent on the site and the foreman, those were typically the YT man jobs. But a lot of those trades as well and those jobs, it was black men that were working those jobs. The black men that poured concrete over there with the state building downtown.
They gave those jobs
Yep.
away for cheap labor.
Yep.
But the problem is our politicians, when I say our politicians, I mean black politicians from her generation were the ones that said we need to give those jobs to the Hispanic community. They gave it away for the men in particular of that generation, gave those jobs, gave those contracts, gave all of the state of California away to Hispanics for interracial sexual access because they was the ones laying up. That's why you got a bunch of mixed Hispanic and black kids running all around Los
Hmm.
Angeles because it was her generation that's all they were worried about. I get to lay up with a Latino. That's all they did through the 70s and 80s, through the 70s. And in the 80s, they were smoking
Yep,
crack with them.
yep. That's a fact.
So
That's a
we got to
fact.
stop don't soft shoe around these motherfuckers. When you see a motherfucker like that, don't soft shoe around them. You're not required to show them respect because they didn't show respect. And that's the same type of motherfucker that ain't gonna leave shit down to her lineage.
Yeah. I would
All.
never
We,
forget. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna land with this. We are on the precipice of the biggest transfer of wealth in the history of this United States. But unfortunately, in our community, our boomers are not transferring that well. Most of them are trying to spend whatever they got left to when they gone, and they not gonna leave a legacy for their descendants, even though they were left legacy by their parents'
Or they
generation.
say some stuff like, let them fight over it and
Uh
protest.
huh. That's their philosophy.
That's their mentality.
Mhm. I'll
So
never
no,
forget. My daughter is 20. My youngest daughter is 23 years old, and her dad was in the sheet metal industry at that time before he got into the industry he is in now. But his stepdad was in the same industry that got him on. And he's seen this. He's seen this happening. His stepdad, he probably like in his late 70s now. He told this was 23 years ago. He said these Mexicans to my watch, these Mexicans gonna come take all of these different skills, like the sheet metal, the bricklaying, carpentry, and all this. Talking about is the black men don't try to stay in these fields, it's gonna be gone to them. And I see it now. That was 23 years ago when he said this. Like,
And the thing is, black men do want to stay in many of these fields, but they either sabotage us or they kick
mm-hmm.
us out. I'm a jack of all trades to a certain degree. I've done bricklaying. I'm a certified bricklayer. I'm a certified CNC machinist. So I had to jump different career paths in order to keep a decent form of income. Even though CNC machining should be and it is, but it's hard to be. It's hard to stay in that field because they bringing so many of these immigrants in and giving us the boot. I'm a certified CNC machinist. That's one of my certifications. And
Phantom.
I had that very problem in many of factories that I worked in, and foundries, because I worked in foundries too. That was the bulk of most of my work, was working in foundries. I worked in a foundry in Indiana, melting aluminum down, and I worked in the melt department, and it was a lot of Hispanics there, and it was a real problem. It was. It was so crazy where we would early in the morning, because I worked from 6 to 6, 12 hours, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Okay, so it would be so bad when we go to cash our checks at Walmart, it would be a line of them out the door, nothing but Hispanics, all the way out the door, sending their money, Western Union, their money back to whatever Hispanic country that they come from. So and this was like 5 years ago. It was terrible.
Phantom, I've been working in logistics for 30 years. When I got into management, it was commonplace. And we talking about the early 2000s, from like '07 all the way up to 2017. I didn't get out of bed for less than $100,000. I did international logistics, and I'm very good at it. But when I got back to the United States, they had undercut our labor so much that a logistics manager, a job that's supposed to pay six figures, that paid six figures 2 decades prior, only pays now $50,000. That's how much they've undercut our labor in the logistics field. And it's a large population nationwide, not just in California, but nationwide, of black people in logistics. That was a easy way for you to get into corporate America. Because once you got into logistics management, you were considered a corporate employee. So you can get into upper management. That was an easy way to do it back in the day. They've undercut us so much that we can't get into those positions. There they got it locked up to where they in those positions. And you starting to see them in trucking. They were the first, before all the Indians got in the trucking and started crashing and doing all kind of wild stuff on the road. It was the Hispanics. This is not nothing new. This has happened over the course of 30 years. And I watched it happen. I had to get out of the field because they had undercut the price of labor in it so much. So for her to dismiss that, and when I brought up that lawsuit, for her to dismiss that lawsuit, and I told you, I gave you facts. And you, yeah, but them Asians is a bigger problem. Yeah, if you in tech, maybe. But everybody ain't in tech. I gave you where the majority of black people are working nationwide. And
I
you
think
just
she
dismissed it.
I think
Right.
she's speaking from the corporate perspective, and I think that that's where we're seeing that that division as well. I would like the corporate plight is different than that of the blue collar working man. And for her, how she disrespected, that's why when she had said that comment, well, my family, we come from an educated family. I was like, okay, now I see what it is. And I don't know if I don't know if we consider her boule or something, or if I consider her boule or something like that. But where it's like, yeah, but the blue collar man is getting to the money faster than necessarily the white collar man.
But what they fail to realize, even though, um, even in white collar industry, in they can still get us out of there, and undercut us and hire them. That's what they really kind of doing now, slowly, just training them. If you're someone already working in a corporate sector, they'll bring someone in, you train them, next thing you know, you look up, they're getting your job, replacing you.
And those tech jobs she's talking about, they are constantly. Main thing that they're doing is buying these tech jobs and they're outsourcing them to a place
Yep.
called Hyderabad, India. They're not even necessarily wanting to bring them over for them H-1B visas. They are keeping them in India. And
Yeah.
that place is all built up. It almost looks like another metropolitan city with those tech workers there.
And one thing about the Indians, they're starting to look at them too, because they did the same thing the Nigerians did. Those degrees that are coming from their country are suspect too. You need to look at all, and the United States needs to start looking at the colleges and the education programs and the degrees that are coming out of all of these countries where you're bringing in tech workers from, because they're mostly fraudulent. They just had a big scandal in California where they found out that half the tech workers that they had in Silicon Valley was outsourcing their jobs to a group of Indians in a house. I think it was a group of 20 Indians were doing the job of all of them.
It's the same thing in Texas. I'm in Texas, but it's happening towards Dallas area, North Texas. The same thing going on with the Indians. 20 of them living in one house and all in tech.
And see, they'll sit at the house because tech, you can do your job from anywhere. And they'll get their people, the ones that actually know what they're doing. They'll get them to log in and they'll do the work. All they do is give them half of their paycheck.
And you know what the tea is too? Also, when you go there, they have the Indians proctoring a lot of the tests.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They're
So
proctoring the tests.
it's a big circular scam. Everybody that claimed they pulled themselves up by the bootstrap, none of you motherfuckers pulled yourself up by the bootstrap. All of you are scamming. And the white folks know it. And they're allowing it because because it allows you to look down on us, to keep us at the bottom rung of American society when it's all propagated on scam.
Yeah, my daughter, she does makeup, and one time she told me she had a client. The client was Nigerian, and so they having conversation going back and forth. And my daughter, telling her what, besides the makeup, what else she in school for doing, going to school for or whatever. And the girl told her she have a tech job, and she was telling her salary, and she was like, oh, how long you go to school for that? She was like, well, my friend got me in. Like, what? No, really formal education. She just her friend got her in. I said another Nigerian. I'm like, that's what they do. They put their people on.
Hey D,
Probably use they probably use her for her friend on degree or something. Never know.
I'm gonna drop down. I want you. Can you bring Step up?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm gonna drop down. You can bring someone else up.
All right, cool. Thanks. Have a good night, y'all.
You too.
Thank you once again for putting that up on the table in the comments for us.
Hey, I just want to say this real quick. I don't know what went down and what I missed, but I can tell by a little. I just want to say a little bit to where hold on, y'all. What I hear you guys talking about. Let me be clear. I don't know what that lady talking about. Anybody in California that's Black American and stepping for a Mexican out here, two things. You have got some kids, and now you got some grandbabies, and you had another change of heart that's half Mexican, or you so stingy with your money and you don't like the Black community and down on us, and you're a Sambo and a coon, and you got these Mexicans and you like them and you're underpaying them because it also saves you money. These Mexicans out here, and same as these Indians, cannot pass a test, not even in their language. Let me slow it down and let me say it again. These Mexicans and these Indians ain't smart like that. Cannot pass a test in their language in California. That's why you see these accidents. That's why you see a lot of shit that they're trying to recall right now. I want y'all to know that in our school systems, we had things for our young people, different trades that they can go ahead and leave out of school and enter. They quietly overnight, as we were sleeping, we woke up, they took all these schools. Remember, the lottery was for our children's academics. They started taking books away. They started taking these classes away, and couldn't nobody figure what. You know what they were doing? The schools that they had closed, they had opened them up quietly and putting them immigrants in there so they make sure they speak English so they can knock these jobs. Let me tell y'all something about the tech world. And this technology that I'm in, the Mexicans is not in there. They cannot grasp debugging.
Let me say that one more time. The Mexican and the Africans and the Caribbeans and them type of people are not in this technology world because they cannot do debugging. Let me say this. I got in trouble and I went to they sent me to this well, they gave me a choice about this work, and I thought I wanted to get away because at the time the truckers were making big money on one load, and I tried to lowball myself and go there because I needed that dough, right? So I went in there because I didn't want the white tee to think that I was dumb and got to going in there like I was one of you scholars on here using all these big ass words. So this lady told me that I needed to go into this tech class. I want y'all to pay attention to what I have to tell y'all. Because of the money in it, I wanted to go in it, but I didn't realize how hard it was. When I went in that class, I don't know, you guys could go look it up. This called Mike's Improv Computer School. Anybody want to check it out? Mountain View, California. So when I enter this class, it is a Russian teacher with heavy Russian accent, very little English, with his wife. When I look around the class, is everybody of immigrants from Russian to Ukraine to the Indian bracket and the Asian bracket.
Mm-hmm.
I was the only American. I was the only Black American, and I was floored. I knew to myself, there's no way. As much as I wanted to pump myself up, there's no way I was going to pass this class because I didn't understand some of the technology term. And when it got to debugging, and you have to work with the engineers, I really got stuck. Watch this shit. Nobody in there speak a lick of goddamn English. I'm going to say this one more time. Nobody in there speak English. So now I'm stuck between a hard rock and a soft spot because I'm trying to figure out, not only can I grasp the bugging, but how are you understanding what this man is talking about? I want y'all to know every technology in California came in there and we had 100% placement. I want me to say it one more time and slow it down. We had 100% placement. That means you coming in off the rip, off the top, getting top dollars, top shit, including the intern. So I finally found the Indian who can help me. He couldn't speak no English, but I'm a hands-on as well as he was. So he was showing me. As he was showing me how to debug, I bullshit y'all not. When I woke up and went to class that morning, it was 5 people left. The rest was already at all these technologies around here already starting their shit. I was one of the 5 left behind because I could not grasp that debugging. So that's how they jump. And right now, as I'm speaking, and I go and talk to these Indians and shit like that, they already at 8 years old while I'm trying to get our kids into coding and all types of other shit. Y'all don't hear me though. Let me get a little bit louder. We've been having robots walk amongst us for a while now, probably like the last about 15 years. I work right with them. Right here, they just had a thing called the Joy in Los Angeles, and all type of robots was up there serving food. If I'm lying, I got a little cousin right here. She'll tell you out of her own mouth. In San Mateo, California, when you walk around that little Hillsdale mall where they got a little bit of bread, you got the box one. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. They say that America's a first world country, yet the robot they got to operate on a lot of y'all when y'all sleep with the lobster fingers,
Yeah.
a few of the first world nations had already adopted them and what out that way, baby. Adopted them 15 years prior to us getting them. America swear that we're the top dog and we're the top, but let me tell you something, when it comes to technology, we are not. If anybody, all you that travel, you can even stamp me on how China infrastructure make us look like we a third world country compared to China, but they ain't gonna tell nobody.